There we go. That microphone is on. Welcome everyone. I'm glad to have you all here. I see we got a whole bunch of people in, and that is awesome. Nice to have everyone on board, and we'll get going with things pretty darn quick. So welcome to VolcanoX live stream. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and of course I'm here in I was going to say a bitterly cold Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, but I can't do that. It's +3 Celsius right now. The polar bears are taking off their suits. What happened? Irish monk says if polar bears were meant if polar bears ever met penguins, let us, let's us then the Earth for degrees of what? Separation. Penguins, and polar bears. Yep, two separate poles. One in the north and one in the south. Anyway, all good. Welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board here. And I see a bunch of people said welcome and all that stuff. So thanks John and Kevin and John Donovan and Jairus, there we go, 993. Boy, I can't talk today. Too wound up. I've been trying to do a bunch of different things today and working on stuff and went out grocery shopping. What a mistake. It's a Friday. I should have known better to do it yesterday or something, but anyway, it is what it is. And thank you, Hermione, as well, and anyone else who welcomed me in. That is awesome. Speaking of welcomes, first person in today was Mr. John Raper, and John gets the cookies, so we'll do that right off the bat so I don't forget. And I did set out lava cookies for anyone who is interested. Yaris? Okay, I hope I did say it right. What? You just are kidding. Okay. Suhei says, hi Doc, I hear you. Excellent, I'm glad you do, Sue, and thanks for the list and the update on that other one, and the other video that I watched about Antarctica. That was interesting. I kind of had to bite my tongue a little bit though looking at that. There was a few things there. I was lagging. Oh, don't be lagging, Sue. You want to be up to date, right on the button there. I know it's cold there, so maybe that's part of the problem. The wind and that cold temperature is slowing those electrons down a bit. And anyway, we're going to get to saying hello to everyone right away here. First off, we'll say hi to our moderators, which will be Arizona Snowman and maybe Piggy. I don't know how Piggy is doing today. I did get bacon seeds from her this morning, but I haven't seen her, so hopefully she is okay. And of course, we have others like C&D Boy. I see him in there, so welcome. And possibly Gary 24/7 Live AZ Skies, hiding in the background somewhere, same as Joseph Fields, Texas, and Lucas Snow. And yeah, if they're all there, that'd be great. So welcome to the moderators. You guys do an awesome job, so thank you. And although we have a very good group of people in here, it's you know, sometimes really not needed to have moderators to flex muscles, just to be friendly and chatty and that kind of thing, and that is all good as well. Anyway, good to have everyone on board. I'm just trying to think of what is some interesting stuff to talk about right off the bat. Well, let's see. We have a new Etna video. You may have noticed I have pinned Active Nature's link up top and in the chat. So if you guys have not yet subscribed to Active Nature, please go ahead and have a boo at that, and we'll show that video in here. We do have permission from him, so that will be something that is upcoming. Not a lot of lava in that one, but some very interesting lava rocks coming down the hill, and some stuff like that, so pretty cool. Yeah, what else we got? I don't know why Grand Zed put up that puzzle piece. It doesn't make any sense. And you know what? That puzzle piece, every time somebody posts it, it is held by YouTube, even though YouTube is the one who put it on there. You know, that doesn't make any sense to me. Why would they hold that puzzle piece if they're the ones who put that thing in there, into the chat or into the emojis. Makes no sense to me at all. But anyway, okay, I have to wait 3 more months for spring, Sue. That's about right. Especially considering our poor Fred the groundhog passed away just before he was supposed to go do his duty and see his shadow or not, and he didn't make it, unfortunately. So a quick moment of silence for Fred. Okay, and that's enough. All right, we'll keep going. I really do hate, seeing any animal pass, but it does happen. Found out a groundhog will live from 3 to 5 years in the wild, and up to 10 years in captivity. So that is interesting. Never knew that before. So that is pretty cool. Phil saw his shadow though. Yep, I heard that. That means 6 more weeks of winter. It's when he sees his shadow, you get more winter. When he doesn't see his shadow, then it's supposed to be a spring soon. At least that's what I understood. Maybe that's backwards, but that's what I read. Oh, what? Not counting Scandinavian countries and Iceland. Oh, who's counting Scandinavian countries? Boy, oh boy, I haven't got enough fingers. We need to borrow some. Spring has started in UK. I hope that we don't get winter. Colin, I don't know about that. We'll see. It's just like, the fact that it is +3 here right now, and the beginning of February, and I hate to be skeptical, but I am very skeptical. We haven't seen -40 yet since before Christmas, so the possibilities are there. They really are. Anyway, let's go say hello to everyone, and we'll start out by saying hi to Sarah Miles and Henry Nelson and Sue Hayes and John Raper, who got the cookies, and Sandra Rockland is here. King Colin Deadman is here. Jaris or 993. We'll just call you 993. That way I can't mess it up. Henry Nelson is also here, and let's see, Grandma B made it in. Spring starts depressingly early. That is not good. Gren Zed, welcome. I'm doing a jigsaw puzzle. Jigsaw story. No worries, Gren Zed. It's just baffling that YouTube put that into the emojis, but every time in the chat they hold that, and it's like a held comment to a review, and it doesn't make any sense to me. So if they're putting it in, what the heck are they doing holding it? They know it's okay. Anyway, welcome, and let's see, we got Robert Frary is here. Welcome. Good to see you again. And of course we got Granzed already, and going up a little more, Billy Bob Joe with the bad puns. Welcome, Billy. And going up a little bit more, looking for other wonderful people. And let's see, Grandma B, we got Scott Hartman is here. Welcome, Scott. And going up a little bit more, looking for Bill Kimmel is here. Welcome, Bill, or welcome back. And Billy Bob Joe we got, and John we got. All right, Grand Zed we got. Silversmith is on board. Welcome, good to have you here. And still scrolling up, looking for more. We got the Wonky Donkey. I missed where you said you landed, a Wonky Donkey. We'll have to work that out later. That rocket trip must have been good for you, though. You did make it back, so that's always a success. And the way I always looked at it from the aviation side of things, any landing that you can walk away from is a good landing. John Donovan here as well. Good to have you on board. Did I say hi to Scott Hartman? Chuckster is in the house. Welcome. And going up some more, looking for more of the wonderful people. And let's see, a Full Circle Florida is in here. Welcome. And saying 56 degrees Fahrenheit here. I need a sweater. I wish it was 56. That would be really nice here. Irish Monk, of course, is in the house. Welcome, Irish Monk. And no, don't let them cut your beard. And leave that there. Let's see, what else we got? Who else we got in here? Mr. Tom Dyson Pepper. Welcome, and glad to have you guys on board. And let's see, still scrolling up, looking for more. We got Sandra already. Henry we got. Sue we got. All right, still scrolling, looking for more names that I may have missed. And scrolling very quickly now, trying to spot other names. And so far we're not getting there. But we're still looking, and a lot of chatting going on, so it's a lot of stuff to go through. Anyway, I'm up as far as I can go. I don't see anyone else. So if I did miss your name, you can always yell at me and say, hey, you missed me. I see Agains is here. Welcome, Agains. Good to see you there. And let's see, who else did I see in here at the bottom? Looking at the bottom, seeing if I missed a few. And I don't see anyone else on the bottom. Oh, yeah, we got Hermione and Fluffy. Let's see, did I miss anyone else? If I did, like I said, I do apologize. I like to say hi to everyone in here because we are one big happy family. Oh, I see Kate is here. Welcome, Kate. And Silversmith, please, maximum 5 emojis, okay? That would be nice. We can usually get the story across with 5, so we don't want to clutter the chat up with too many. And that's kind of one of the rules we got in here. And, you know, no offense intended or anything like that. We understand you want to get a little bit happy with them, but we got to do our thing. So, let's see, what else we got? Who got the cookies? It was John Raper got the cookies today. He was in, and he was actually in by a split second right before Tom and Pepper got in. So they were close, very, very close. Linda Schoof on board. Hello from me in the lounge at Dr. Fox. And welcome, Linda. Glad to have you on board in the lounge. And that is cool. Let's see. Did we get anyone else? Anyone else I miss? I hope not. Grandma B, did I see you? Grandma B is here. Oh, I think I got you earlier there. But anyway, let's get on with the show, and we will do a few things. And I think first off, we will slide up and give you a little bit of a replay from yesterday and or this morning. Sorry, not yesterday. I don't know if this is yesterday or this morning. But let's throw that on, and that of course looks similar to what we're looking at, but let's play this. It is a time lapse, so it's moving a little quicker than that other stuff moves. And we're watching the lava go floating by. I might want to point out and have you draw attention to the size of the lava fountain itself. It is fairly large right now in that video, and it is now dark. Okay, yeah. Anyway, that being larger, it was actually pumping in a whole bunch more lava. Where is all of the lava going? Full Circle, Florida. That brings me to a question or a comment that I have to make here. I wanted to do something different today, and I think you were one of the ones that may have brought it up about a Q&A session within the stream. And we are going to do one starting today every Friday night. After Bacon Seeds, we're going to do a Q&A session and have you guys literally ask whatever question you want. And I will do my best to try to answer what we've got. But if I don't have an answer, I mean, we can always steer it to a way of getting an answer for you. So that is something that we can do. And our wonderful Yvonne Kunkel, since I'm not a volcanologist, she did say she was going to try to be here for that. So we're going to try that. Anyway, I like the change in colors here as we get closer into the morning daylight, and it goes from a brownish to a bluish to a red and a brown again, and then kind of black and black with lava. And I thought it was kind of a neat coloring going on within that video. And of course we see how tall that is, and that the material pumping out roughly around 3 meters or thereabouts, 4 meters. So we're looking at something, 10-12 feet in height. I know it's difficult to judge when you're back at this distance. I also did watch one of the presentations that Two Pineapples videoed and did a live on, which was one of the USGS ones. And I now have a little bit more bearing as to what direction is what within that crater. And this is something that I always missed out on. Dr. Fox first. How old is Irish Monk? Irish Monk. Hang on. I gotta write this down first. Irish Monk is 1,197. 1,197. There you go. And that is the answer. I'm going to stick to it. I hope I got that right, Irish Monk. Irish Monk. And thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat. And what does it say? I paid for a goat and a monk at the door. And a tip. Awesome. Hope that they got you goat seats. I mean, good seats. Thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat, Irish Monk. And that's his year of birth. I don't know the year of birth. You have to go back. He claims that it's 1,197 years old. So you got to use your fingers. I don't have enough to do that. Use a calculator. I got too much stuff going on my screen. Let's put it back to live here. Or, well, I'm not live, but... oh, come on, Irish. That's, 827. Oh, boy, you're really confusing me. And thank you for your time and knowledge. Thanks, Kevin Haynes. And wonderful that you have hit that 12-month mark there for membership, and that is really awesome. What's a century or after you hit 1,000? Well, of course, 1,000 is a millennium. So he's one millennium, 1 century, and 97. So how about that? I was abandoned on the beach in 1827. Oh boy, and now that doesn't make any sense anymore. That is, my math is really not that good. 1,196 yards. I don't know. He keeps changing that number. He said 97. I think he had a birthday and he forgot about it. He's old, of course, so these things happen when you get old. Anyway, let's look at some other stuff here. All right, USGS did a fly around of the caldera there. Let me get that back on the screen here so I can continue watching it. Anyway, the Halamaumau crater, they did a fly around, and we want to take a look at some of the shots that they actually had. So this is from the USGS, and these are actually some pretty good photos. So this gives you a better idea. This was yesterday's photos, and here's one of them. And you can see this is from a helicopter looking down into the crater. And that is pretty awesome to be able to see that. And they got some fairly decent shots. So let's keep going. We're not talking... talking about the date you were put on the driver's license, Irish monk. Oh boy. Anyway, this is another one of these shots. I'm trying to stay focused on the stream, not the chat. Dr. Fox, there are maybe 3 vents in the Kilauea volcano. One, what we watch. 2. From the left of the screen, and 1 near the old pond. Yeah, well, what we can see right there, actually, let me get my crayons going. Where's my crayons? Copy, remove, paste, get them up on the top here. So, yeah, the primary one right now is this guy over here. We know there is another one right in here. Okay, and we also know we have a lava, hot lava in here. We also know we have lava being extruded here. All right, so technically that is 4, and that is kind of the thing we got. Get your crayons, Piggy. Piggy not here. Yep, Piggy not here to get my crayons. She licks them and then they don't work. They worked first time around. So anyway, technically, yeah, that's what we're seeing is we have a possible 4 vents. This one though over here seems to be a little bit on the intermittent side, and we are not seeing a heck of a lot coming out or changing level in the old lava pond, and that is always kind of interesting. So anyway, let's carry on with the other photos. Here's another shot. This one I like because this is what I use for my thumbnail today. And that one kind of depicts the things again on the same level. And again, you can see the primary one, the other one, the old lava pond, and then you can see this one down here. So, yep, 4 of them. And the 4th one is... a ooze up. Okay, it's lower than the whole crater. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty cool though to see, that we've got those spots. So something that I wasn't aware of though. So just so you get your directions here, this is a north. No, hang on. North is actually, we are pretty much on the north side. So north here, this would be west, actually. Let's make that into a W. West, that's south, and this is east over here. So that is kind of our directionality. So when they talk about the southeast vent, that is there. And of course, this one was referred to as the west vent. So the one up here in the northeast, this is the sporadic one that has been going once in a while, and we do see it, especially on the night shots when they do that. You can really see that lava. Anyway, let's move on. Next picture up for grabs here is this one. And I kind of like this shot because, it's a little further away from the caldera, but I'm liking looking at all this cracked material here, and it tells you that this thing is definitely still doing its thing and moving, and in the near future we may have another drop in this thing and stuff like that. Thank you for the 5-minute warning, Tom. And next picture is this one. Of course, that is the southeast vent that is working, and here's our lavagator. So that we'll call that LG for Life is Good, or lavagator. And then of course we see the other three rocks here, the primary ones. And I don't know if this used to be our submarine, and we can call that number 4. And that is kind of what we were seeing there. And kind of neat, they did take a closer up shot of those to make things a little bit interesting. I think they only got 3 of them though. No, they did get all 4. But now looks like we've got a 5th one. So I didn't see that one in there before. But that is pretty cool. So that's kind of neat to see those floating. And of course, the reason they float is because there's a lot of gas bubbles trapped inside that lava as it cooled, that those gas bubbles didn't burst or break. Therefore, it makes that material more buoyant, and literally it floats, and it will float in the lava lake. And that is pretty cool to be able to see that. Although with this last draining, they may have reattached themselves to the floor. And we know our lavagator did, because he's not floating up. And that is pretty cool. And pumice is very light. Yes, it certainly can be. And not always though, John. Not always. Okay, when I was in Iceland, I was picking up some of that pumice, and there's definitely a big difference between some of the rocks that you have. You know, you figure they're roughly the same physical size, but weight-wise, one can be a whole bunch lighter than the other. And my bath one's afloat. Oh, okay. Maybe a TMI there. Anyway. Thought that was kind of interesting to throw that stuff in there for you guys. And let's put this back on live, and we can take a look at our lavagator. And he is pretty much submerged right now. And of course I can use the crayons since I got them out and Piggy's not licking them. And there, that's Mr. LG right there. The lavagator, he's submerged. He may be planning to go in for a kill on something, so don't drop the soap. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, especially if you're having a bath there in that. I do like seeing we've got, you know, extra open spots here where we see more of that wonderful lava there. One of the things I did want to point out was when this thing was refilling, we couldn't see it, but there was lava coming out from behind the lavagator. And, you know, you could tell it because it was going in both directions. It was going this way as well as that way. And, you know, in addition to this being here, mind you, that still had another little spot right over here as well where the X is. So that was pretty cool. And Bob, why are you zipping up? Have you been bending over in the shower? No, don't tell us. Don't answer that question. Let's leave that one away. I'll edit that out of the video later. Anyway, that's kind of our update for what's happening there at our Helema crater in our wonderful Kilauea. And welcome Leo Carlson. Leo is in saying good morning from Australia. Oink oink. Good to have you on board, Leo. And just in time for me to go for a break. So I'm going to leave you on this lovely scene, and I will be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes, and then we will get over to Italy or Sicily before we go to Iceland, and then we'll carry on from there. I avoid posting while Doc is talking. I always, what a monk, Helen, the largest man-made cave in Iceland, constructed by Irish monks who settled there before the Vikings, circa 900 AD. Okay, that is awesome, Irish monk, and I thought it was settled in 800 AD, but maybe I'm just a little off there. Or, I don't know, something like that, the Vikings. I don't know when they got there. I wasn't there. Maybe you were, but I wasn't. So, anyway, I'll be back. Keep smiling. Be nice. Be good. Play nice in the lava. Don't throw anybody in there today. It'd be a really bad day for them. Here comes some music. Hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. And subscribe if you're sitting on the outside looking in and you're enjoying the show. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. Be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And of course, you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. Welcome to Diane Craig. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Leo and John. And I want to also say thank you to Irish Monk for the carbonated water and sugar super chat there. Thank you for the €5. And thanks also to Kevin for the welcome backs, and Scott and Yaris 993 and Hermione and Fluffy, of course. Okay, for your time shot from Dr. Fox. Here's Dr. Fox. There we go. Wonky Donkey saying hi. I got a slingshot around Saturn and time traveled back to the time of the dinosaurs. Oh boy. And how did you get back here? Did you do the slingshot thing again? Or did you have to go around the sun this time to get the positive swing to go forward in time, just like on Star Trek? And thank you, Grenzed, for the welcome back. Yaris. Okay, Yaris. Yaris. 993. Okay. Anyway, I did say I was going to take you over to Sicily, so let's go over there. And while I was on break, of course, we did the other thing, and was I put it on Stromboli for a second, or a few seconds, so you could see Stromboli is active, and not very, but it is, and so that is all right. So okay, Yaris. Anyway, that is what we're seeing at the Stromboli, or no, not Stromboli. How about Etna right now? If we go back and take a look, and during the day, they didn't have too bad of weather. It was really nice to see some sunshininess up in the top there, rather than big ugly clouds like what they had in this shot. Pardon me. But that wasn't so good. So anyway, earlier it wasn't so great, but I mean, it did turn out to be not a bad day. We do know that that vent had moved up to 2,850 meters roughly, right? Things moved up. Hey, Kevin Haynes gifted one membership. Kevin Haynes, thank you very kindly for that. And I see, who got it? Alba Girl. Congratulations, Alba Girl, on getting that 1 month gift membership. And thank you, Kevin Haynes, for throwing that out. Doctor, were you a school teacher? Is that you're a good man to keep this bunch of your students interested? Actually, you know what? I wasn't never a school teacher. I'm a ham radio operator. That's actually where most of my microphone experience comes from, is being on ham radio, and I love doing that. So this is the next best thing to it. And of course, with everything here, I'm still learning a lot of things about volcanoes myself. So there's plenty to learn. Always plenty to learn. You never stop in your entire life. So I enjoy doing this, and live streaming and sharing it with people is always a fun and interesting adventure. So pretty cool. Anyway, let's put that back on live. So that's what it looks like there right now. Here's a slightly closer up view. And Henry Nelson renewed his membership. Thanks for the volcanoes and open mind. Thank you, Henry. That is very kind of you. And yeah, we see the wonderful lava coming out, and of course that used to be down here a little bit more, and it's progressed up the hill slightly. So 50 meters, 150 feet higher up. And that is always something that is interesting to see how things progress. Dr. Fox, I was a ham too for a long time. Yeah, I don't want to call myself a ham. I'll call myself an amateur radio operator because hams are something you get from pigs, and Piggy is not here, and we don't want to offend her. Get it? Never mind. Oh, bad humor, bad radio humor. All right. Anyway, we see the lava there. And actually, just to let you know, Full Circle, Florida, I've got about 225 countries that I talk to. So that's a pretty good feat. And I actually get it? Feet? Trotters? Never mind. Okay. Bad humor. I did go down to Belize as Belize, Central America, as a de-expedition for myself. And that was pretty awesome because I was the only operator in the country of Belize that was on at the time. And you should have heard how many people were trying to make contact. It was just incredible. But to sum the story up really quick, prior to going down, of course, I was on 20 meters, which is one of the radio bands, and I was basically net controller, one of the net controllers for what we call a DX net, and that means countries in faraway places, specialty countries that people don't always have a chance to talk to, and having had that position, I was able to line up a tremendous amount of foreign countries, and it was actually really quite interesting when I got set up and I checked in with my buddies who were running the net at the time, and the one operator there, Don, he says, you wouldn't believe how many guys have called in. And he said, right now we've got 16 different very rare countries waiting for you. And I thought to myself, wow. And so we had Mongolia, and Mongolia doesn't come on the air very often. We had Tasmania, of course. We had Mozambique. We had the people from, I had Egypt in there. I had multiple Russian stations. I had China actually came on as well. All these different countries that I had lined up beforehand, and they all popped in there, and we made a mess of the 20-meter band. Put it that way. It was horrible, but I loved it. It was absolute mayhem, and very cool, very interesting. Some of the other countries, I was trying to remember where we had the Congo. We had Ethiopian operators come in there. We had Egypt, of course, Saudi Arabia. And I'm trying to think of, we had one guy from Sri Lanka. And these are relatively rare countries if you're hunting what we call DX or special countries that you don't normally get to talk to in the radio world. So, yeah, Florida is called the sand pile. It's lots of fun. Yep. And, we did basically, we call it the pile-ups, right? And I think the best response to working a specific country was when I was had Japan. I was doing Japan on 20 meters, 10 meters, and I was trying to do worked all Japan, and I really have to say they are fantastic operators. If you wanted somebody from Area 1 only, you would not hear a peep from any of the other ones. It would be strictly the ones that are in Area 1 of Japan, and they had 12 different areas at the time, and that kind of thing. So super nice people in that sense, and it was just absolutely crazy when we were doing that. Anyway, let's leave that alone. And we did want to show, of course, the lava coming down the hills here. And that is pretty cool. And that one, they did have it pulled back a little further on the zoom when we go back in time. Or you don't see the lava so much. You do see the primary vent up top off-gassing quite a bit, but we're still not getting too much activity there. And that is kind of what we've got going on. But I wanted to show you that video from Active Nature, and of course I have his link posted up in the top of the chat. If you have not yet subscribed to him, please do. This one, I'm going to tell you right off the bat, it doesn't have that much lava in it, but it does have some interesting sights. So I'm going to let that video play, audio and all, and here it goes. And let's see. Oh, yeah, so you can hear some of the rocks flying down. Oh, great. He's not monetized. How come we're seeing commercials in here? It doesn't make sense. YouTube? Bad. Now, this one here is a shot of one of the lava tubes where it exited and the canal that it created. And I thought this was awesome to be able to get that kind of a close-up on this. And that is really, really cool. And of course you can see right inside to the lava chamber where there is still hot lava underneath there. So you know, he was doing his thing. And of course you see a jet go by the moon, you got to take it, right? And here comes the lava rocks rolling down the hill. Now watch some of them as they hit the snow. You'll see them hitting the snow piles, and there you go. And that is pretty wild, as these things are hot, of course, and when they go rolling, they start creating steam clouds really quickly. And a lot of them, because they're rolling so hard and fast, they disintegrate on the way down. But, you know, here's some of the hotter stuff coming. Really, really cool to see the lava bombs rolling down the hill like that. And you certainly don't want to be in the way. And some of these, I got to remind you, some of these are, you know, maybe 1.5 meters, 2 meters in size when they start rolling from the top. By the time they get down to the bottom, some of them are maybe the size of a baseball or softball. Others remain fairly large. So it depends on how hard they're hitting the other rocks, the lava, and what it looks like. Like here's some more just breaking up on the way down, right? It's the consistency of the material. We got to remember there's lots of gas bubbles in here and stuff like that. And when those things are whipping down the hill, they will break up. And they'll turn basically into little tiny bits of powders. So yeah, some are pretty darn big. You wouldn't want to be in the way of those, put it that way. Even the small ones going down the hill, you see they start whipping pretty good, and you see them hitting that snow down on the bottom. And I thought it was pretty awesome that Michael was able to get some of these shots and hang around there. And there you can see some more of the snow impacts. And of course, when the hot lava hits that snow, you know, the other thing that happens is it will literally cause them to crack and break and shear up and all kinds of neat stuff, size of domestic refrigerators. Yeah, some of them are. Really, seriously, John, you're absolutely right when they start out. And yeah, it's pretty wild, and you know, you really got to be careful as to where you're standing. And one of the things in the shots that he does show, we know he wears a helmet when he's up there, and that is very, very important. And so you know, you see some of those big hot lava chunks coming down. You really don't want to be in the way of that stuff. And even the little ones would nail you pretty hard. So I think that is some pretty awesome stuff to be able to see that, and it's quite enjoyable, and I like it. I really do. I think it's pretty cool, and I'm very happy and thankful that Michael is willing to share these, and of course, in turn, you know, we've made sure that every time we do have a video on there of his, that we do post that link, and we ask if you haven't subscribed to him yet to consider subscribing, and definitely. And he was at 965 subscribers, so I'm hoping that we can see that go up a little bit today, and you know, it'd be really cool to see him hit that 1,000 mark. So be awesome if you haven't subscribed to him yet. And of course, this is one without lava. He does have some awesome newer ones there with a lot of lava on there as well. Under a worktop. Okay. Anyway, thanks for the 5-minute warning there, Tom. I did get that. And that's the end of that shot. So very cool to see that. I got to make that a little smaller, otherwise we need more horsepower, and we want to keep that refined. So I'm putting that back onto a live, and there we go. This one I'm going to make small again, and in that shot, of course, you can see the fuzzy moon up there. And actually, if we make that big again, you can see it a little bit better. But yep, that's the moon, not some kind of UFO, okay? And that is the moonshine. Anyway, we'll make it small, and we'll carry on. Let's pop over to Iceland real quick. Oh, just in time for buffering. Yeah. Oh, I gotta love it when things buffer, and I don't know why that happens, but it does. Let's see if we can fix that. Where's Iceland? And that is right there. We'll back up just a tiny bit and see if that fixes it. Anyway, that is the city of Reykjavik, and we know it wasn't that great of weather there today. They did have some rain and snow in some areas. Higher elevations had snow, and that is kind of what we were seeing. One of the things we can see is down here in the park area starting to really melt that snow. So that is kind of what it is, a little warmer weather for them. So that is all right. We'll put that back onto a live and go to the other shots here. This, of course, is our shot of Katla, and it's pretty darn hard to see right now. And it was pretty hard to see during the day too, because of the rain showers and stuff, and snow, of course, over towards the higher elevations over in the background here. And even if we get a little bit further ahead in time, that was about 11 hours ago. This is about 8 hours ago right there, and same kind of weather. So we're not going to see a Katla today. We know it's raining here at the view site, but we know that you know, it's much higher elevation over there, right on top of Katla, so we're not going to see a heck of a lot. And even going into the evening hours, you could see just a little bit further, but more clouds coming in, causing more grief. Let's see if they actually fixed the other camera. I don't know if they did. Oh, it's still buffering, and it's set at 6:15. I don't know if that's going to help us. They had problems with this one yesterday, so I'm going to refresh that, see if that will fix it. And no, it's saying no go. And oh, maybe it did. It's saying 6:45 a.m. on that. So we're not going to be able to see the thing there on our wonderful Grindavik and the steam geysers here on the Reykjanes Peninsula. So that's okay though. And I think it might be just too much rain and too much weather there for the transmitter to be able to get the signal back for them. Let's leave it here for right now. It is pretty much getting on to break time, but I think we can sneak in the harmonic tremor chart just before we take that break. And of course, there is our wonderful Fjeld, and going to refresh that so we get up to date. And I'm liking what I'm seeing. I'm liking what I am seeing. And that is very, very interesting. Now, this morning I spoke with Yvonne while she was still at work, and she indicated that we had an increase in both seismatic, both magmatic and of course tremors. So magmatic activity telling us that there is magma movement. The magma is on the move, and we want to see what's going to happen here. It's not powerful, but it is on the move. So that is kind of something we want to look for. Scrolling through real quick, let's stop at Grimsey for a second. That is our most northern point there of Iceland, out on the island, and we see it too had an uptick in activity. So that may be tectonic in that sense. So that's the thing. So it's both tectonic and magmatic is what we're seeing. And of course here in Grindavik, the chart going up as well. So that's something to bear in mind. And let's take a look at the Krusuvik one really quickly before the break, and then I am going to take that break, and then we'll show bacon seeds. And Krusuvik, well, you know, that's right off the chart. And again, I'm not sure why they have the chart set the way it is. They could move the lines up a little bit, and these numbers here on the sides are basically arbitrary anyway, but showing that we're right off the scale here. So we could be seeing something happening either at Fjeld or possibly at Krusuvik in the near future, but you never know. So on that friendly note, I'm going to put you back over to Hawaii, and I am going to go take a break. After the break, we will have bacon seeds, and I also want to kind of remind everyone. So today we're going to do things slightly different. We're probably going to skip some of the Indonesian volcanoes. We will take a look at Popocatépetl possibly, as well as a quick peek in the Azores to see if there was any more tremors there. But we'll do that during our earthquake session. But after the bacon seeds, we're going to open it up to a Q&A session. And I'm going to basically be sitting back and answering your questions. If I am not capable of answering your question, what we will do is figure out a way to be able to get that answer towards you at that point in time. When you have a question, Nikos, if you do have a question, you do want to put at DrFox2000 in front of it, just the way Sue Hayes just did. That way it will show up, and I will be able to see it in the chat a lot easier. When American scientists found a magma tube of 3 kilometers, so many earthquakes that could happen in Greece. Is there a chance for it to explode? Well, we'll talk about that when we get back we'll get into the Q&A to do that. So hang on to that question, and we'll try to answer that. There are some things that could be answered there. So don't go away. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000. If you're enjoying the show so far, please do hit that like button if you haven't done the like already. And he's Santorini. Oh, he's talking about Santorini. Okay, thanks, Sue. And there's a lot of lava tubes there. Anyway, I'm going to be back after the break. Then we'll have bacon seeds, and then we'll get into our Q&A. And we're going to try to do that every Friday night. And I think that is, one day a week kind of thing to answer people's questions. And we'll go from there. Don't go away. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Hit that like, hit the subscribe. Here comes some music. I'll be back. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. And yeah, one of the things about our wonderful show here is we have people from all over the world in here. You know, we have, of course, people from England. We have people from Ireland, Holland, Germany, Greece, Denmark some of the time. Let's see, of course, Canadians, people from the US. We have people from New Zealand. We have people from Australia. Sometimes people from the Philippines and all kinds of different countries. So it's a fascinating adventure to be doing the volcano streaming. Yes, we even have a wonky donkey who is going around different planets, and I think sometimes I think he is actually from Saturn. Good morning, Yvonne Kunkel, and there's one from Germany. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from John and Sue and Scott Hartman, and live long and prosper from Gaines, and Kevin Haynes, and let's see, Sarah Miles, and yeah, the space doc. And let's see, who else said welcome back? Irish Monk, Uruguay too. Yes, true, Irish Monk. I shall not forget Uruguay, South America. And sometimes we have Tony Flabion, and he used to be over in Bangkok. He's now over in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro. So people from everywhere, and that is always a wonderful thing to have that. Anyway, I did promise bacon seeds, so for the new ones that don't know what bacon seeds are, well, you know what it looks like when you see lava coming down the side of a hill. It looks like bacon. And of course, everybody always asks, where does bacon come from? Well, you get bacon from bacon seeds, and you'll figure out what bacon seeds are really, really quickly. And here is the last one from yesterday, and of course our wonderful Piggy, who is still in Piggy jail. She is still under a bed rest. Hopefully she's been doing a little bit better, but I think she wasn't having that great of a day today or yesterday, so hopefully she's okay. She's from Greece, and well, originally from Scotland, I believe, but she is from Greece. There she is. She's sending us some more bacon seeds. And Piggy Prison, yes. And, yep, baby piggies. And here's the first one, snuggling up to that wonderful dog, whispering sweet nothings in his ear. You gotta love that. And these are bacon seeds. Little piggies. And that is a pretty cool. And the next one is I like this one though. This looks pretty good. That dog doesn't seem to mind that at all. Next bacon seed is this guy, and of course that is a one that's got a puggy right beside it. So a piggy and a puggy, and a pretty awesome. And next bacon seed is this wonderful one here, and he's getting snout bopped. And look at the smile on that little pig's face, and the look on that dog is just priceless. It's like, huh? I'm being snout bopped. Yep, and that is pretty cool. So little pigs, gotta love them. And let's get to the next one. And here is one. Oh, the puppy is going, tastes like bacon. Yeah. And that is pretty awesome. And yep, that is really, really cool. And very good. And let's get to the next one. It doesn't smell like a bacon seed. Yeah. Oh, I got a taste if you can't smell it. You taste nice. And here is our next bacon seed. And this guy looks a little fuzzy. and I can't tell if he's smiling or not, but he looks like he's kind of sleeping, and that is pretty awesome. And let's get to our next and last bacon seed for today, and we'll see what he looks like. And that is this little guy, and he's smiling. He's saying, "I'm innocent, I'm just out here minding my own business." That is our last bacon seed for today. And on the, what? On a shoe buffer. Oh yeah, there we go. Is that what that was? That second last one? A shoe buffer? I don't know if that's a shoe buffer or maybe a stuffed animal of some sort. But it could be either or. But anyway, that's our last one, so we will take a look, and we're going to nickname him Leaf. All right, John. Camo with leaves. Yep, kind of, almost. Anyway, I'm a great cuteness of fix, Dr. Fox. Oh, you're getting a great cuteness fix. Yeah, these guys, they are just, you know, for me, it's interesting to see that these little pigs actually smile. You know, you don't see many other animals. Like, I mean, you know when your dog is happy, you can tell by the look on his face. But these guys, literally, they smile when they're happy. And that is all awesome. Anyway, we did want to do the question and answer thing, so that is one of the things that we are going to do. Why does Etna produce so much SO2? I expect the answer on my desk by Monday. Oh boy, you are a tough guy, Irish monk. And it's the gas that's underneath there. Recycled earth material. But Etna is not the one that's producing so much SO2. It's actually fairly moderate right now from what I understood. Isn't that right, Yvonne? And hopefully that will save you from having to give an answer by Monday morning. How many sides? Pardon me. Let's put it back on some bacon, and let's start with our Q&A session. So of course the first question was a little ways up here. I'm going to scroll back to it so we don't have to repeat it. But it was from Nikos. And I'm hoping I'm going to say this name correct, the last name correctly. Sophilakis, Nikos Sophilakis. Anyway, where American scientists found a magma tube, okay, I actually mean lava tube, of 3 kilometers in length. Maybe so many earthquakes that are happening is there in Greece. There is a chance of it to explode, and basically, so is there a chance of it to explode? The thing that we have to look at it is, well, the lava tubes typically are old and dry, and those lava tubes are not containing lava or magma at that point in time. If people have gone in and discovered them, they're older tubes. The ones that we need to worry about are the ones that have hot, fresh lava in them, or magma. And those ones, of course, during times of earthquakes, the earthquake won't necessarily make it explode, but your explosion would happen is if there was water introduced into the system somehow, into the magma. And so if you have a tube running down, an old one that does get reactivated with magma coming up that tube, and we get water coming down there, you would end up with something that is a pre-magmatic explosion. In other words, the water would hit the magma it would flash to steam, and at that point, one drop of water basically turns into 100 times the amount of steam, and the pressure increase would be very quick, very rapid, and of course that in itself would cause explosions. So older lava tubes are likely for them to, with an earthquake shaking it, you may end up having it collapse. But I don't believe that you'll see anything happening in the sense of when we see, like just earthquakes. Earthquakes aren't going to make it happen. Although what can happen is if we have, say, a volcano with a caldera with a lake in it, as an example, as many of these do, they will form a lake at the top where the cone used to be, and it's kind of a big bowl. And if it does have water in there, and we get a sizable quake, that would crack the surface open and allow that water to rush in and go down into the magma chamber and get into the magma chamber, then yes, it would in turn cause a pre-magmatic explosion, because again, we're flashing that water into steam, creates a super high amounts of pressure. And one we can use as an example, and it was actually an underwater volcano that happened just recently, which is Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai there in Tonga. And that was exactly what was going on. We had some tremors, some earthquakes. It caused holes to open up. It allowed water in. That water flashed to steam, and we had multiple explosions from that event. And of course, the first explosion would be a small one. You get a small blast, and of course, in turn, that blast would clear out more space for more water to come in, and you'd have more water come in, and all of a sudden that hits the bigger area of magma, and it's like boom, 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 boom. And then you get the very, very tremendous shot. So I'll create DrFox. They sent us signals for tsunamis up at 2,000 meters, 2,000 feet or 2,000 meters in altitude. That is, I think they just sent out the tsunami warnings. I don't think that would have, you're not going to have tsunamis going that high, but you never know. Nikos, I don't know if that would actually happen at that point in time. That's got to be a pretty large blast to create a 2,000 foot tsunami, or 2,000 meter, and very, very tall. Let's see. John Raper threw a question in. DrFox, what is the optimum depth for an earthquake to trigger an eruption? That, again, John, that's got so many variables to it. It depends on where your magma chamber is. It depends on how the earthquake affects that magma chamber. Is it squeezing it? Is it making it wider? And we can maybe use Iceland as an example for that. Irish Monk just gifted a membership there. I'm just going to write that down. Irish Monk. And Michael Hill, I got that one. Congratulations, Michael Hill. Thank you, Irish Monk, for throwing that in. Anyway, getting back to that question. So, it's, we don't have enough to just say it's going to happen this way or it's going to happen that way. We need to know more of the details as to what is around it. So to put an optimum depth at it, you can't do that. But what I was going to use is Frager del Fjall as a good example of where we thought we were going to see some eruption of some sort from the quakes. but because that is basically an area where the plates are pulling apart. So what in turn can happen is it can enlarge the magma chamber because of the quake, and that would take all your pressure away. All of a sudden you don't have anything anymore, so that is something that you would think would happen. Is the big rock what? Silversmith says, okay, a big rock is now a flat rock. Big rock basically drowned. Yeah, there's so much lava in there, it's gone. Anyway, let's see what else we got for questions. Dr. Fox, what would occur if you had a Coke, not Pepsi, during the break? I think what would happen, Tom, is there would be a violent mental breakdown. A sugar rush would occur, and possibly an explosive event. And we want to avoid that at all costs. And just so you know, Pepsi has about 1/3 less sugar in it than Coca-Cola. All right, I hope that answers that question. Any other questions before we get ready for a break here? Kevin Haynes says, does the magma ever erupt from Masaya volcano? Are you talking about the Masaya volcano in Nicaragua? Yeah, Masaya. If you're talking about Masaya, yes, it can erupt from there. Although it is basically, because it is an open vent with very little pressure on it, there would have to be some activity down below to cause it to push up or create more pressure and allow it to pop up and out. It's, other ones that we look at that are similar to that would be Eruption, which can sit there for, and it has for years, with lava, active lava, at a certain flow rate, and it would sit there and just do its thing. Love them terms. Explosive event, Dr. Fox, when? Yeah, okay, let's leave that. Anyway, yeah, Eruption is one of them, and what we have on the screen is another good example where we can have a steady flow of lava for a long time, depending on how much magma is in that magma chamber, and as long as the pressure stays constant by its refill source that is filling that magma chamber, it keeps a relatively constant pressure. We're going to continue to see a relatively constant volcano output, depending on what it is. Like, we're looking at Hawaii. This thing is running at basically very low volume as far as 2 or 3 cubic meters per second flow rate, whereas some of the other ones can get up to 50 or 100 cubic meters per second output, and that would be pretty nasty. Dr. Fox, last eruption at Masaya was in 2008, according to Google. Yeah, and it was a larger one then. And there, again, that could have been something, and again, I'm not 100% sure. That could have been a surge of magma coming into it from possibly being squeezed by tectonic shifting. And again, I'm not 100% sure of that. So that might be a question that Yvonne maybe could answer. Yvonne Kunkel, if you wouldn't mind, what, like the last eruption at Masaya in 2008, is it possible that it was something caused by a squeeze of the magma chamber, from a tectonic action, or possibly, some kind of extra wave of magma being pushed up into it somehow? Um, I don't know if that will work there, but she might be typing something. So I'll take a look at a couple of other things here. Please explain SO4 question. Lava equals mineral and water, ice. Okay, well, SO4 is basically sulfate, or isn't it sulfuric acid? So what would happen is if you've got your magma, or sorry, lava flowing into salt water, as an example, the end result would end up being SO4, something you don't want to be breathing, sulfuric acid, and that kind of thing. SO2 turns into SO4 with oxygen. Yep, extra oxygen needed, and hence the 2 turning into a 4. So acidically and add oxygen, and all of a sudden you've got a deadly gas you don't want to breathe. And let's see, full circle Florida. So what happens to all of the lava in the lake? You may have answered, I missed. So what happened? Here at Kilauea, at this particular thing. And that is a good question, and I honestly can't answer that, full circle Florida. I don't know where it went. Now, we know that in, what was it, in 2018, when the caldera collapsed and left that massive hole, and all of a sudden the lava came out in what was it? What area was it? Lahini, or whatever they call it. And again, I'm not 100% sure, but there they had, all of a sudden they had a massive outburst, so it possibly found a way through, and somehow because of the pressure, Lahini, and there, yeah, that's at Lahini. Thanks, Sue. Lahini Estates. Okay, Yvonne says you can have a reaction from tectonic movement if the plate, if the pressure's enough, but no full-blown eruption. For example, we did have this in Iceland 2 years ago. Yep, the meaning of a magma, remaining magma in Fragedalfjall, as an example. So, yeah, that's kind of the push and the crunch, and the chamber. Chamber was pushing up from the pressure, and we had a so-called horizontal eruption, which is quite interesting, and that can lead you to a bunch of different scenarios as well. But when the horizontal eruption, when you have a big long fissure all pop at the same time, that is kind of what we've seen in Hawaii at what is it, Leilani Estates, Leilani, if I said it right, where we had those very, very long fissures open up, and that is something where it's more of a, like Yvonne said, a horizontal eruption, basically. Your whole fissure area is popping all at the same time, and very, very cool. And there's our birthday girl. What happened to you yesterday, Kathy? I didn't see you. Were you having too many birthday parties? And happy belated birthday to our wonderful Kathy. And glad you are back. And nice to see you. And hopefully you had a very good birthday. Okay, so anyway, I think we've covered some of the questions. I don't know if there's any more questions that we have real quick. And we will answer a couple if we have anything else for right now. Or is everybody good for now and we can do this again next? Yeah, the East Rift Zone. There you go, Kate. we can have a little bit more of a discussion next week on this. But of course, I mean, we always try to answer the questions, during the week anyway when we're asked. So, Henry Nelson, okay, today is afternoon, Friday, no work until Monday, cool. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna take that break though now, then, since I think we've answered those basic questions, and hopefully some of you guys can think of some more stuff that will come along, and I'm sure there's going to be more questions in the future, and it'll be interesting. Yep, an eruption that goes sideways, and that is, it happens, opens up a whole fissure, and yeah, you end up blasting out a whole bunch of stuff as it creates that. Well, the fissure that we had, the original fissure when we had, what was it? We had Rag and Nar and Sif and Wolf and all of them all popping at the same time. That was kind of a horizontal eruption, as far as I can tell. And that is, I think, a good example of that, right? Hello, my volcano friends. Wonderful to see all. My apologies for not individually replying, sneaking in the chat while no one is paying too much attention. Amelia! We didn't see you sneak in there at all. Pepsi and not a Coke, Doc. Okay. I got Pepsi. A matter of fact, Pepsi was on sale at Superstore for $1.25 for a 2-liter bottle. So, very, very good. And Kia ora, Amelia. Glad to have you on board. Okay, you guys, I'm going to go take a break. And then when we get back from this break, hey, Grow Scotland popped in as well. Welcome. And for all those people who are popping in, if you haven't hit that like button yet, please do consider hitting that. I am 1 day of the beginning of my 73 day. Oh, okay. All good. And like I said, Kathy, happy belated birthday to you. All right, let's carry on and hit that like button if you haven't done that already. And also, if you're sitting on the outside enjoying the show, by all means, do jump in. If you hit that subscribe button, you can be in the chat within a minute, and it is all good. What? $4 plus a tax. 2-liter Pepsi, $4 plus a tax and deposit here on sale. Well, $1.25 is better. That's only $2.50 plus bottles, and so about $3. So we save $1 there, Bob. Anyway, I'll be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. So it will be okay. I talked about magma being pushed out of the chamber, but we cannot see it. No fissure eruption. Oh, no fissure eruption. So just being pushed over. I see what you mean, Yvonne. And that can happen. That's another fun thing. In a way, that would be kind of creating a secondary chamber, sort of, if I'm right, Yvonne. Sort of. And that would be, what? We'll meet you on Grimsvatn to discuss it. Yeah, he'll be trying to get his Jeep back out there with that GPS in it. Be careful, Yvonne. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break, so hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Be good to each other, and no throwing lava chunks at each other, and stay away from rolling lava balls coming down Mount Etna. I'm your host, DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll be back in a short little while. Don't go away. Keep smiling and be nice. And now the audio's back on. Somebody tell David to turn his microphone back on, or his speakers. David, turn your mic or speakers back on. I'm back on. He can listen to me. He doesn't like that music. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Yvonne and Kevin Haynes. And glad to have everyone on board as CN. You see a new Apple Watch face video. Oh, no, haven't seen it. And David, turns off mic on. What? Turns off mic on. Okay, tunes are off. Mic is on. Time to listen. But he can't listen on his Apple Watch for some reason. I don't know. Does the Apple Watch not have a speaker on it? I thought that thing's like a telephone and everything else. Anyway, that is all good. So, yeah, interesting stuff. We will continue on with doing a bunch of other things now. So let's take a look very quickly at other places that we love to go. We did have a look at, of course, here in Hawaii. We took a look at Etna already, and the rolling lava bombs coming down the hill. And for those who didn't see it, that is Active Nature's video. It is pinned up top in the chat. You can always go there. If you haven't gone there, you might want to subscribe to his channel. We are trying to help him get up over that 1,000 mark to get up there. He is at 965 subscribers, or at least that's what it was when it was. Can we still ask questions? Irish, you may ask another question if you like. We will continue with other stuff though, but go ahead, ask away. If it's not too technical, we'll be able to answer it for you, and or we'll try. Anyway, there we are in the Azores on the Sao Jorge or Sao Jorge, and that is, of course, one of the islands there. You can see the lights of Pico Island off in the distance. For those who aren't familiar with that shot, let's see if we can do that. That is Pico Island there during the daytime, and that is all good. Okay, guys, take care. Grow Scotland. Have a very good night if you're heading to bed. All the best to you. And I'm seeing what Apple incorporates think of it, and 9 from Apple corporates have seen it so far. Oh, okay, interesting. The Apple Watch, eh? Apple cell phone thingy. Anyway, good night, Grow Scotland, and take care. And yeah, that picture, and then of course the other one is this one here of the cove that we always check. And of course that one, because we're too late, we won't be able to see what's happening there at the cove. That is this shot, and we're past the midnight time. Our carriage has turned into a pumpkin already, so we don't get to see the waves splashing. We do see a little bit of white water there, so I'm not sure how rough the ocean is. I did see it earlier. It wasn't that bad of a day. Quick look at the earthquakes for today on the island of Sao Jorge. Nothing, and we don't have any. I did refresh this map earlier. This, of course, is the other one that we use, and we indicated 2 quakes there in the Azores 7 hours ago, a 2.3, and that is 3 kilometers down. And then we have this one here, a 2.4, and that is basically a surface quake. So if we zoom in just a little, this of course is Sao Jorge. This is Pico Island, Fiel Island. That's where that quake is. And this is San Miguel Island, and of course that is where the other one is. The line here, the red line, that is the East Azores fault, and that is good there. No buffering. Oh, Amelia, you're buffering. I hope that stops for you. Anyway, I'm zooming out real quick, give you an idea where that is in the world. There's Portugal and Spain, and there's Irish Monk waving at us right there. And of course, this is England and Wales and Spain and Portugal, of course, and then over here Newfoundland. And there's Sue waving at us over from the other side, over there at Cole Harbour in Nova Scotia. And anyway, that gives you an idea where that is. And of course, up here is where Iceland is. So Reykjanes Ridge goes all the way out to here, and that's where they officially call it the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. And that is at the junction of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge and the East Azores Fault. Let's leave that be. Let's get to our next volcanoes. And this is one that actually came up in the subject earlier. And of course, this is a Masaya volcano. And people were wondering about it blowing up. So it hasn't erupted recently. This shot here was from 1547. I'm going to refresh that. And there you can see a little bit of magma down in the bottom of that caldera. And as long as, you know, nothing is squeezing or pushing or doing anything with the lava tube, and it keeps a constant pressure, we're not going to see it pop. And that is kind of the scenario there, and likely how it will remain for a while yet. We'll see. Next one on our list, of course, is this one that's not showing, and that is Popocatépetl. And if we go take a look back in time a little bit, there was a few puffs, but nothing really major coming out of it. Let's just have a look at a couple of them, and that should get us to one there. And you can see that it looked like it was almost like two different chambers erupting there. We had some fairly clean looking gas, and then on the other side we've seen that darker ash material being blown out there as well. Teresa saying a question, and welcome Mona Alfano. Question 2, explain the white balloon floating across the USA. Who's next? That is not related to what's going on here. I have no idea. They are spies. Spies going around the world. I have no idea. I haven't looked at that yet. Sharon Stewart, phew, made it. Hi, Doc, and all. Our new DVD player was giving us fits. Kind of figured it out. Yay! Glad to be here, and glad to have you on board, Sharon Stewart. Do you remember Mount Etna, or Mount Erebus cam that used to peer into the lava crater? Mount Erebus, that's a long time ago. I don't know if it was alive, but they did have video of that. I did see some of that, and there was some spectacular footage there, and that brings up another interesting little feat, but we'll see. Yvonne says Irish monk Iceland's already wandering. Sicily's stuck by now, and Hawaii wandering as well. So maybe you'll get your acre soon in the future. Yep. Irish monk. Okay, I will end up broke. I regret my balloon. Teresa, I was a bit drunk. Okay, Teresa, we figured it out. It's Irish monk's balloon. It's not from China after all. He does have solar panels on it, and it is solar powered. It's a helium balloon, and I'm not sure what it looks like. Anyway, let's carry on looking at some of the other little puffs coming out. Like I say, there wasn't a really large amount of material coming out today. Erebus is super interesting. Be a good future topic, Dr. DrFox, for other Antarctic volcanoes. And yeah, there's a few buried under the ice, and it's hard to say which one's doing what. But I don't know of any other one that is truly active there in the Antarctic. I do know Airbus is doing its thing, but as far as the other ones, it's hard to say what they are doing because one, none of us can go take a look at it. And anything we do see is either a thermal from space, and that, you know, like Sentinel-2 or something picking up some stuff. But it's not so easy. Anyway, this particular eruption wasn't too exciting. It was mostly gas, and we don't see too much else there. The next one on our list, of course, is our wonderful Fuego. It seems to be in the clouds right now. It has been for quite a bit of the day. I have been trying to see it, and every time I go here, all I see is clouds. So we are going to have to skip that one. But we did already mention Messiah, and Messiah is, of course, an open caldera that has magma sitting at the bottom, and it's basically just sitting there bubbling a little bit and staying hot. Next one we can talk about is this very interesting thing, and that's from Villarrica in Chile, and resume of Proxism's activity, and Proxism. Anyway, it's erupting. Just say it's erupting. Vigorous lava fountains had continued during last night. Image from the second. So we see that. We see some lava bombs flying out. We see a big cloud of, or a plume of lava, or yeah, lava doing its thing. If we make that bigger, that's what it looks like, and it's pretty awesome to see. Thank you, Sue, for sending that in. This, of course, from what image? POVI, POVI, time-lapse video within 1 month, displays how fresh ash deposits are being dispersed mainly around the upper crater area. And you can definitely see the ash areas, and not so good for that area, but hey, it is what it is. We can see that ash developing and building up in some of those places. I'm wondering if they have a parasitic event right there where I'm holding the mouse, because it almost looks like another opening, so on the side of it. So that's your primary up in the caldera up top, and this very likely a parasitic vent on the side of this Villarrica. So possibly two places for it to pop stuff out of. And yep, Summit Crater today, hot flashes, incandescent clasts. We're seen ejected from the event onto the upper western slopes of the edifice, accompanied by vividly illuminated steam emissions. So pretty awesome to see that. Let's carry on, and we will see what the next one is here. I'm going to get rid of that one and close these other ones down so we save a little horsepower here and don't blow up the computer. Okay, there we go, and go to where are we here? Right about here. And that one, of course, again, I checked through the day. We did not really have a very super good visibility. We do see the same thing there. A hot spot on the thermal cam. We're not seeing anything in here, and that is very, very unfortunate. Even when we went back in time, we discovered, instead of seeing anything nice, we found a lenticular cloud sitting on top of it. In other words, somebody parked their UFO up there. No, it's a lenticular cloud. That's what we're seeing, and it is pretty awesome, but it doesn't help us to see any magma or lava. and everything is hidden. So that is Merapi in central Java. Unfortunately, no visible lava at this point in time, so we will carry on. Next one here is our wonderful Ruapehu. And Ruapehu is one that does have a lake up in the top of the caldera. And I think I've shown that picture a bunch of times before, but I don't have it loaded right now because I had to redo the software here. So it'll take me too long to actually find it, or maybe not. Let me just check. I'm going to see if it's in V Special here and see if we can find it. Ruapehu, where are you? Would be under R, wouldn't it? No, nope, not that one. Are you Ruapehu? Where are you? Get it? Where are you? No, that's not gonna work. No, I'm not seeing it very quickly here. So Ragnar, no. Raon. No, that's Popo. No, that's not the right picture. That's not what we want. Okay, never mind. Let's get rid of that picture. That's not the right one. But anyway, yeah, there is a very large lake up top there. And of course, if that ever got a hole in it and that went into the magma chamber, that water would definitely cause that sucker to blow up. So that is something to bear in mind. Anyway, let's go continue on here. Going to refresh this really quickly, and we will see what the chart for Taupur shows. And of course, we did see those earthquakes there before, and we see another very large quake in the area, and that happened not too long ago. Actually, a multiple set of quakes. So it looks like 1, 2, 3. And then the very large one. So we're going to have a look there and see what is going on at Taupur, and that is kind of an interesting chart. So letting us know it's doing something. Silversmith says it's it's clear. Okay, it's clear. Yeah. Let me ask, yeah, actually, Grenzed or Amelia, did you guys have any big quakes out there today? Because that spike is awful tall. Did you have any quakes that you felt? When Ruapehu crater lake stops upwelling, that's when to worry. Yeah, well, it was heating up and cooling down and heating up and cooling down, so I don't know what it was doing, and that was kind of interesting. But I don't know where it's at right now. We'll take a look at the next thing, and of course, let's see what the weather is like there. Oh, beautiful day, and well, we can't quite see Ruapehu, but it is back here behind this mountain. It's right back there and just hiding in the clouds. The caldera for Taupur is the whole lake. So that is the caldera. And if that one ever goes, that would be a nasty. Yes, a 5.0, 81 kilometers down near volcanoes about 3 hours ago. Okay, makes sense, Grenzed, and thank you. And Amelia says, away from keyboard. Okay, she's running to hide. That's interesting that you had that 5.0. So that would definitely be part of that big spike that we see in here. And there. Hang on, where is it? Right in there. So this big spike, that would be the 5.0 quake, and that would make sense. So anyway, let's leave that be. That is what we've got there in New Zealand, and we will carry on and take a look at. Oh, they changed that. Why is that so much different? I'll have to see. Anyway, it is cloudy there. In our next one, and let me get on to that page and see why the picture is so out of kilter, and we'll try that. Sometimes that happens when people change things. YouTube changes things and they move things, and there we go. Let's see. I don't think we're going to see much at Semeru today, and that's kind of what we've got there right now. Actually, I know why it was out of kilter, because I didn't have that opened up. There it is. So yeah, going back, cloudy, cloudy, cloudy. You know, as we go back through the evening, it was cloudy. 3:25 it was cloudy. 12:30 in the morning it was cloudy, and yep, 10 just about 11 o'clock it was cloudy. So yep, not good. No good weather. They of course are in their rainy season. Let's see if Madame Rutsa is got her stuff on. No, she is not live right now, and that is of course this one here. And we definitely see she's not live, nothing on the live, and that's okay. So let us zip over to our next one, and that will be Japan. So I'm going to make that one smaller again, and we'll get over to the Japanese ones and see what is happening at Sakurajima. And let's see, I got to go and do some maintenance work here, and just give me a second, guys. I will be with you in a second, and we will get to where did I go? There it is. All right, straighten that out real quick, didn't I? Sometimes it's a challenge getting through this software. You know, I don't have anybody else doing it. It's a lot of switching when you're showing multiple volcanoes, and some people sometimes don't realize how much is involved in running a show like this when you're doing everything yourself. So a lot of stuff. Okay, what it says, I'm going back to sleep now. Thanks for another great show, Dr. Fox, mods, lavaliers, and lava family. Have a great day/night. See you later. Okay, Yvonne, you take care. Have a good sleep, and you're going to work today, I'm assuming, and then after work you're going to mow the lawn, right? At least that's what I think you're going to do, and then tomorrow you got the day off, and that'll be cool. Storm Chaser 1211 hi first off, and so Doc, did you see the Chinese balloon fly over your way? No, I did not. I don't know of any Chinese balloons. I know of an Irish balloon from Irish Monk, but actually before I go to work. Oh, you're going to mow it before you go to work. Oh, wow, okay. No worries. All right, Yvonne, good night. You take care, and pleasant dreams. All right, and we'll see you tomorrow, we hope. And anyway, there we see some more of that off-gassing, pretty heavy stuff from our wonderful Sakurajima in Japan, of course. And let's put that back to live. That is what it looks like right now. We actually want to go back a little bit and see the birds flying. They should be somewhere around here. Maybe 8:30. No, how about 7? There's one, and that's Jonathan Livingston's seagull. Is that bird? Oh, there's the other ones, and they're buzzing around. It's bird time, so pretty cool. Anyway, ice cream boat is in. If you need an ice cream, you can go down and get your ice cream. And ice cream boat is still docked there, so awesome. And hurry down to go get some ice cream if you want. and that is really really cool. And 5 and was 8. Yep, we got that. Amelia, no worries. Grenz got that already, but all good. Thank you and appreciate that. So let's leave that one there. A quick peek at the close-up of the caldera, just so you can see what it looked like. And we'll back that up just a little. And that's not bad looking for today. And we get into the earlier morning hours. Of course, visibility wasn't as good, but it is there. If we go back into the nighttime mode, this was at 3:15 in the morning. Lots of steam and off-gassing, but no glow of lava or anything like that showing. This is a little bit earlier, 2:30 in the morning. No glow again. And we go back at 1:40, no glow. And getting back here about 51 minutes after midnight, and no glow. So we'll leave that be. This is the live shot. So that one's not doing anything, and we'll go over to the next one. This is Suwanosejima. Suwanosejima on an island further south, and hard to tell because of the weather conditions and the poor visibility from the camera. It's kind of at a bad angle in a way. There are two separate calderas here, and there's one behind that back wall on the other side, and then you've got this one on this side. And they can pop at different times, and I think there is one of them popping a little bit, or it could be steam coming up from rain, the one in the foreground here. So you definitely see some smoke or gases popping out. That is 9 minutes after 7 a.m. And here we definitely see the back one has a bunch of glow in it. So definitely more activity happening with it. And if we go further back, we do see that 4:27 a.m. there is definitely some glow. That is awesome, and always nice to see. And if we go back even further, we see more glow. So we possibly have a nice eruption going on the other side. Unfortunately, we don't have a view of that crater directly. And I bet you that would be a nice looking crater right now. And if we go back a little bit more here, I don't want to go back too far. We do see the start of it at 2:47. You can see there is glow. And prior to that, and of course what we're battling is being the moonlight is not helping us coming through the clouds. If we go further back, yeah, we do still see some glow there as well, and that is at 1:44 a.m. Their time. If we go back a little bit more, we see smoke coming out of the front crater. So both of them seem to be fairly active right now, and that is something of interest, and we'll hopefully see more stuff coming out of this one. And one more to look at real quick, and that of course is Aso. And Aso-san is steaming mad, and there it is. The caldera, you can see portions of the back wall, but you can definitely see the front, and you can definitely see a lot of steam coming out of there right now. And it has done a little bit of activity here in the last few days. So very, very cool to see, and we like that. Anyway, let's pop you over to our next place of interest, and that is Yellowstone National Park. And that is, of course, in the United States, for those who are not familiar with it. And also, let's see, as we carry on here, we're looking at it. Yellowstone, and thanks Bob for bringing up the link. There's no camera operators there right now, so that's okay, but we are looking at the parking lot. And then of course out here you see where is it there, a couple of the geysers off gassing, we don't see too much. There's a bunch of them in the background here as well. So unfortunately, because the park is closed right now, that's kind of what we're seeing. Tis called the jet stream. The balloon has no voice, no choice or voice. Yep, it has to follow the jet stream path. Wherever it floats, and that is how it goes. So, and it does have solar panels though, from what I heard. So pretty cool. Anyway, let's go over and take a quick look at some shakers before we go for a break here. So, earthquake map, there we go. And we will just do these really quickly. So a bunch of activity up here in the Aleutian Islands. We got a 4.0 at Nikolsky, or near Nikolsky, Alaska. And that's one of the Aleutian Islands. There's another one, a 4.0. Both of them, yeah, one is at 4:26 a.m., 9 kilometers down, or just about 10. 9.9. The other one is 35 kilometers down, 4.0 from 135. Then we see another one over here, 3.2, and that is the Alaskan Peninsula, and it has a friend underneath it there, but 8:24 a.m., 5.2 kilometers down. Not so bad. Sliding over real quick, we don't see anything major along the western shores of the United States or Canada, so we carry on. Central America, 4.2, Nicaragua, and that is from yesterday at 21:58, 33.4 kilometers down. Going down here, we see in Chile, and that would be some pretty close to a Sabancaya volcano, a 4.9, and that is from 2:50 a.m., and that is 99.3 kilometers down in Chile. That next one is also in Chile, and that's a 4.4 from a 3:08 in the morning, 26.9 kilometers down. And then the latest one out here, and that is a very fresh one, a 4.5 in magnitude, and that came in at 1900, and that is a 51.1 kilometers down, and that is in Argentina, right in the mountains. So. And let's get over to New Zealand, because we were talking about that larger quake that was happening there. We've seen it, and there it is, right underneath all those big volcanoes. This one, of course, 5.0, exactly what Grenzed and our wonderful Amelia said, and that is what we're seeing on the map. It came in at 101.3 kilometers down. And it shows at 16:14. I guess that would be our time, but let's take a look and see where it is. And over here is Ruapehu, and of course it is within the Taupur caldera. So that is why we've seen that large spike there, and that is kind of interesting place. But being they updated it, okay, being 100 kilometers plus down, 101 kilometers, it's a deep quake, so I don't think it's going to affect too much there. I don't think it's going to cause an imminent eruption of any type, so let's not worry so much about it. It's one of those shakers, it happens. Anyway, we don't see anything here in Tonga or Fiji. Vanuatu, however, right there, 5.1. And we're going to zoom in a little bit on that so we get a better idea of where that is. And I just want to remark and kind of point out where this is the island of Epi, or Epi. And the blast from that volcano, of course, was over here. I don't think they're going to show it on here. Would be right around here for the Epi volcano, but we didn't see too much there. The quake is way over here, and that is a 5.1 at what is it, Luganville, Vanuatu. 106.5 kilometers down for that 5.1 from 1054. And there we go. Papua New Guinea had this one, 4.6. And that is from 1658, 176 kilometers down. And we also have this one on our stack of other quakes. This is that rumble zone that we've seen as of late. That's a 4.9 here in Indonesia. 10:23 was the time on it. 34.3 kilometers down. So that's right in line with what we were seeing with all the other quakes there. They're roughly 35 clicks down. And that is another one of those aftershocks. We do have other quakes in the area, but those are the more prevalent ones. And don't see anything else in Japan or Kamchatka Peninsula. Taking a look here in China, 5.0. And zooming in a little bit, try to define where that actually is. Oh, there's a 2 there, and that is interesting, in kind of a deserty kind of area, and that is a 5.0, 5:14 a.m., 10 kilometers down for that guy. The other one is a 5.1, 5:04, and 10 kilometers down as well. So yeah, they're like 11 minutes apart for those two quakes. So something happening there. Of course, what is it? What do they call it? It's not the Indian plate. It's the Indonesian Australian plate, which is consists of India as well, pushing underneath the Himalayas, making the Himalayas get much taller, including some of those areas back here in China. And let's go to Afghanistan. 4.3, 14:22 was the time on it. 199.4 kilometers down. And a new quake, and that is right at the corner of the two plates. This is the Arabian microplate, and of course up here is the Anatolian microplate. And we see this 4.2 that happened there. They call it turkey, and I prefer beef. 4:05 is at the time, and that is at 10 kilometers down. We aren't seeing anything else in the other locations. We know this quake batch out here is kind of calmed down a little bit, but it did push up on the top here. We did see some other quakes in the top portion of the Aegean plate being pushed a little bit, and that would be that 4.6 up here in Greece. We also have this guy, 4.3, also in Greece from 5:44 a.m., and I doubt very much that Piggy would have felt that all the way over there. 37.1 kilometers down. We're not seeing anything new here. Malta is safe, and I think we have a pretty safe area here as well in Sicily. So that is our earthquakes, and I am going to go take a break, you guys. Actually, no, hang on. Let's go. We kind of mentioned that we had a possibility of magmatic movement and stuff like that. Seismic energy was up, so tectonic and magmatic movement. And we also have some the same kind of seismic energy level up here in the Canary Islands, but that's for the entire Canary Islands, not specifically for La Palma. We do see this quake right here, 1.6. came in yesterday at 5:20. What is it? 5:28. And I don't think that is that. Yeah, that's the last quake that came in. So not so good there. And let's see. No, that can't be the right one. We must be looking at another one there. There's two quakes there. And that is, there it is, 5:14 this morning. There's another one right beside it. That's the other one that we were clicked on. So it's just about 24 hours later we had a second quake. That's only a 0.9 though, so nothing major to worry about, but it does show some energy and movement. And looking at La Palma here, we have a 0.8 right in Cumbre Vieja. and that is 3 kilometers down, and that is 9 minutes after midnight is when that came in. 3 kilometers down, right underneath Cumbre Vieja. That could be a collapse of something. I'm banned from the vegan village? How dare you? I like it. I didn't want to go there anyway, Irish monk. I like lamb and mutton and beef, and actually I do like pork as well, and turkey. Turkey's good, but turkey is a meat. How come I'm getting banned from the vegan village? Hang on, that ain't making any sense, my friend. Turkey is still a meat. It doesn't matter. I mean, you know, people have turkey bacon, for crying out loud. Oh, all right. You're confusing me. Anyway, that is all good. So let's leave that be, you guys, and we will do our thing, and hopefully everything will go after the break. We will take a look at the rest of the world. No. What we're going to do after the break is, I think we'll head over to the weather. Kathy, are you going to be in the stream for a little while yet? And I hope you are. So please stick around for a few minutes, Kathy. And on that friendly note, I'm going to put you guys back over to our wonderful... hang on, did I click on the right one? Yeah, I did. Our wonderful Kilauea, and that, of course, the Halau'umu crater in Kilauea, big island of Hawaii. And I'm going to throw some music on for those good people who are here. If you have not yet hit the like button, please do consider it. We're trying to get over that 100 mark, and that would really, really help us out. And that would really be super and awesome. So please give it a quick bop. I need to go take a break. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Keep smiling and play nice in the lava. Thanks. And there we go. I've got that microphone back on. And before I get going too far here, our wonderful Kathy, since she wasn't here yesterday, it was her birthday. We do want to wish her a happy birthday. So, Kathy, happy birthday to you, and hope you have many, many more. There we go. And thank you for the welcome backs from Mona and Sue, and I hear you from Sharon Stewart. And there we go. Mona Alfano says happy birthday, Kathy. We figured we better do that. And Irish Monk, I did see that wonderful €10 super chat and the gift that you just threw out there as well, and thank you very kindly for that. Really do appreciate that. Thank you for that wonderful support, and thanks, man. Really do appreciate it. All right, Kathy, you gotta make wishes and blow all the candles out, or we're gonna have the fire smoke detectors go off. Where'd Kathy go? She's hiding. She knew this was coming. She didn't want this. We got her a nice cake, though. I think that's a neat looking little cake. Yeah, it looks very edible, that cake. So Kathy, if you're still here, happy birthday to you. I hope you are still here. And sorry we're a day late, but you weren't here yesterday. 23 candles to blow out. That'd be awesome. Russell says, I'll take a slice. Yeah, you bet. And I want the rose, please. Sure. I counted. I hope I got close. Oh, let's see. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I think we're close. We're close. Kathy, where did you go? Happy birthday, Kathy, and that is all cool. And Cananuska's country says, I'm out. Oh, okay. Anyway, all good. So hopefully, Kathy, you will see this and you will enjoy it. And just remember, we don't forget about our wonderful people that are in here. You are part of our lava family, so you deserve to be greeted with a little bit of a happy birthday from us here in our VolcanoX lava family. And appreciate you being in our streams and enjoying the show and being part of the wonderful group. So thank you, Kathy, wherever you are. And Richard Francis, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And okay, my laptop is crazy. Okay, no worries, Canada's country. Will hopefully it'll maybe it needs a reboot. But Kathy, if you're in here, I just wanted to wish you a very happy birthday. So anyway, that is good. And we will carry on. We wanted to go over, we were looking at our stuff going on there as far as quakes and around the world. And we will go over and take a look at our weather now. So Kathy, and aloha, and mahalo for being here. and hopefully you will get back in and actually see this. Hopefully she will. Ooh, I hear sirens. Hope I didn't do anything wrong. Oh no, it's the fire department to come and the smoke is getting too intense. Okay, we'll leave that be, and we'll go over to our weather maps and see whether we can get at it. And we'll go over there. And we'll start out with our SO2, of course. And let's get on that. Actually, I'm going to reload that one, and we'll see. That is not so bad. And then we will load up the other one after we do this. I actually been trying to see if there's a specific page that's causing my computer to lock up, and I found it runs a lot better if I don't leave the Ventuski or Ventusky open, and it seems to be working a little bit better, but you never know. Anyway, let's carry on and take a look at what we've got here. So we do see some of that SO2 going back up through Alaska, coming back down, and that is ending up in, of course, in Northwest Territories, coming down through northern Saskatchewan and Manitoba, and kind of doing its thing. Grandma B, do you remember when we were all young? Anyway, not too bad in Canada or the western portions of the states. Actually, even the eastern portions of the U.S. is not bad. If we zoom in a little bit, and I'm clicking on things I shouldn't be, but looking at what we've got, it's cleared up a whole bunch. Things have gotten a lot easier breathing for many people, especially around the Great Lakes region and so on. I don't see anything out in Nova Scotia. I do still see something in the entrance of the St. Lawrence Seaway. Nothing too terribly bad there. And then, of course, the stuff out here in the central portion. But we've got a lot of blue spots in between, so we know that we're starting to get a lot more clear air, and that is nice to see all over the place. When we get down, though, Mexico City and Popocatépetl have been busy, and they are still creating a lot of SO2, some of it pluming out. Right now there's a circulation sitting here, so we are seeing it going into the Pacific, but also still seeing a stream flowing across here. And for those people who were looking for that balloon, if that balloon caught the jet stream, it'll be heading up here somewhere. And if you want to have a look at it, you might be able to go to Newfoundland and sit out in the peninsula and watch for it. You might see it go by. Anyway, going a little further south, we do see we have a little bit more activity there in, where is that? It looks like, okay, that's Nicaragua. That must be Costa Rica. So a little bit heavy in Costa Rica, and looks like a Reventator here in Colombia is giving it a little bit of gas. So that's what we've got there. Looking at most of what's coming in Chile is actually coming out into the Pacific rather than going across Argentina, which is really probably good. We do see this stuff, of course, moving out into the Atlantic Ocean, so that's not too bad. Now, I do want to kind of reinforce what we were saying here before about all this down here in the Antarctic and the areas there. Of course, during the winter time, their winter, not ours in the northern hemisphere, but their winter, a lot of snowfall will clean the air out. And basically what it's doing is removing the SO2 from the air. It's just like it does it with rain, and it does it with snow. And what happens is that snowpack on the ice especially on the thinner ice that ends up melting, once the snow melts, it releases that SO2 again, and it becomes airborne once more. So whereas when it goes with rain, the rain actually washes it into the ocean, but with snow, it's let go and remelted and re-vaporizes and goes back up into the air. Anyway, let's take a look here in New Zealand. We see White Isle Volcano has got a little bit more off-gassing there. Now, this plume here is partially from something down here in Antarctica. And we do see over here, Melbourne area, pretty clean right now. Sydney, not bad. We do see from the coking plants, that is kind of connecting to that other plume. And of course, the rest here, kind of people pollution for the most part. Sliding over a bit more, Tofua out here in Tonga still doing its thing. And here's Vanuatu, and we've got Yasur still working away, and Aoba and Gawa definitely doing their thing, acting up. Pretty normal there in Papua New Guinea, nothing outrageous, and we see pretty normal here in our Indonesian area. So you'd have Luolatok making that plume. Then further over here, and we have from Semeru, Merapi, and then Krakatau over here, but Jakarta being a big polluter because of so many people living there. Kerinci and Merapi, not Merapi. Merapi is over here, Merapi is over here, and they're doing their thing. Ibu and Dakono working on that little plume. And of course, zooming in here, you can see this is Taal volcano there, off-gassing, as well as you got another large city, Manila, and a very heavy populated area. So that's kind of what we're seeing there. Same thing, industrial stuff here in Taiwan and China. And if we zoom in here a little bit, it's going to be pretty tough to tell. But we know there's some stuff coming from Suwanoshijima right in here. And then, of course, some of this is from our wonderful Sakurajima. But because of all the smoke or the SO2 coming from China, it's hard to tell. And then up here, we should see, you kind of see a little bit heavier plume right there. That is about where ASO is located in that location. So we do see a little buildup there as well. And sliding up looks very bad up here in our Kamchatka Peninsula. So what's down here? We got Chikarachki and Ibiko making this. And then up in the northern portions, it's between Shivalish and what's the other one up here, Sue? We got Shivalish and Bezimiani. Oh, never mind. It's Bezimiani and Shivalish making that. Okay, I got it. Never mind. Thanks, Sue. SO2, what? Maybe the SO2 will dissolve them. Yeah, thanks, Sue. I already got Bezimiani. It's okay. I was bugging you. I was trying to remember, and then it clicked. I had to think about what it was. It's okay. India still doing its thing, and not so bad down here in the gold refineries there, and then of course seeing DR Congo doing its thing. And looking at the other stuff, Urta Ale would be right about here, but we are not free of SO2 in Saudi Arabia. We've got oil refineries there on the other side as well. And then, of course, Kuwait and up here in Baghdad, some oil refineries as well as over in Iran. And zooming in on this area a little bit. Whoops, there we go. That would be from our wonderful Mount Etna. Doesn't look like too much coming from Stromboli or Volcano though. So mostly Etna right there, but it's not that bad, and that is pretty good. And looking at most of Europe, including Italy, and it's pretty clean for what we're seeing right now. Poland a little bit heavier, but the rest of what we see is really not bad at all, and that includes Ireland, England, Wales, Scotland. Denmark looks clear. Holland looks good. Pretty good in Germany. Just a little bit of there. Belgium and Luxembourg. You'll have some pretty good sites there to be able to see that UFO zipping across. And that is about it for there. I don't see anything coming out of our wonderful Iceland. So we're good. SO2 improving on the planet. And levels are a little bit further down. We're still, very heavy here in China, though, unfortunately, and not sure if what's going on here. That could be partially war-related stuff, but let's keep our fingers crossed that it's nothing too severe. It's amazing that acid rain can do can do to cars a finish when it's marked probably parked near a metal refinery. Yeah, and parked. That's kind of what I was trying to read interpret the typos. Grandma B. And it is actually, you'd be surprised with paint jobs and stuff. That's when a good coat of wax comes in handy. So hands are stiff tonight. No worries. You're all right. All good. So yeah, we read typo, so it's good. Anyway, it is time for me to take another break though. I do want to do that, and I want to say again, thank you, Irish Monk. Your €10 super chat did not go unnoticed, nor that gifting, and I really do appreciate that. Going to put you guys back over to our wonderful Kilauea, and we'll let it continue to do its thing. And I am going to get ready to do the weather after the break. So don't go away, and we'll see what we can do. And of course, we're on trying to get this show. I don't want to run a 5-hour show tonight, so we'll see what we can do. Italian grass all complete, and now just grapevines to do on the jigsaw. Oh, the grapevines, eh? That'll be good. Okay. Anyway, if you guys have not yet hit the like button, please do consider hitting the like. It would be awesome. Also, if you're sitting on the outside looking in and you haven't yet subscribed, please do consider subscribing. And that's, of course, if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm going to go take a break. I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and we'll be back, and we're going to do the weather after we get back, and see how cold and warm and nice it is in places like Alberta, where it's warm right now. Let's see. Actually, let's do this just to check. We'll see what it is. I'm curious. I've got my window open. Oh, it's right at the freezing mark right now. That's not so bad. Anyway, keep smiling, and we'll be back after the break. Thanks. there we go. We've got that microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board still. And definitely nice to have everyone here. So thanks. Been reading that, Sue. Hope it warms up for you a little bit tomorrow. Our high temp tomorrow is a -16. A lot warmer at least. Sunday is supposed to be a +2. Okay, so that is a lot better. And thank you for the welcome back, Sue. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. Thank you, Sharon. That is awesome. And thanks very kindly. Also want to say thank you to Grandma B for gifting that membership as well. That I seen go by there, so that is very kind of you. Before we carry on with the weather, I just want to remind everyone, if you haven't yet subscribed to Active Nature, which is the link that we've got pinned on the top of the chat in the blue, we will kind of, like if you go over there and give it a bop and subscribe, would really be cool, because we're trying to help him get over that 1,000 mark. And last I checked, he was well, at the beginning of the show here, he was at 965. I haven't looked since, but we'll see. Anyway, that is awesome. Let's go over and take a look at our weather map and see what kind of weather we've got happening in the world. And we'll take a look first at Canada, of course. And we see, well, we'll do the northern portions first, so we can see up in Alaska. It's fairly cold as well. Up in the places like North Pole, Alaska, would be about a -35 right now, I think, depending on if they show it on this map. I don't know if they do. Should be up here somewhere. Where is North Pole? I thought North Pole's up here somewhere. Maybe they don't show it. It's a very small community, so they may not have it on the map on this one. Anyway, it is a very cold up there. Nonetheless, we see that cold is in the Yukon as well. -20-degree temperatures in the southern portions. It doesn't warm up till you get down to the border a little bit easier for them. Most of British Columbia seeing a very moderate temperatures, which is really nice. Same thing as what's coming on here in Alberta. And we are getting technically what they call a Chinook. And the Chinook, of course, I do believe it's Cree for warm winds. So that is what we are getting here in Edmonton right now. Right now still sitting at 0 or 1 degree roughly, which is really nice. And we see Vancouver is about 5 or 6, depending on where you're looking. And out at Bob's place there out in the rock, he's got what, about 2 or 3 degrees or 4. Hopefully he's staying warm. And we see Calgary coming in at about 1 or 2 as well. And then we take a look down here and see Swift Current, only -3 right now for KC. So Kananaskis country, a little bit warmer. We see Winnipeg still holding a -19 degrees Celsius there in Winnipeg. And -27 in Toronto right now. So quite cold for those guys. London coming in at -16, -17. Detroit -14. But if we sneak over and look at Chicago, well, still -13. Grand Rapids -14, and very, very cold. Minneapolis -18 as well. Going up, looking at Montreal, -29 degrees, -32 in Quebec City. We are seeing temperatures up to -34 up here in the northern portions of New Brunswick, 28, 29, 30 in the bottom end. And of course, Cole Harbour coming in at -22, same as Halifax. Very, very cold there in New Brunswick for those good people, and hopefully things will warm up. They need some of that tropical air to push back in through and get things warmer. And looks like St. John's over here plus 1 degree Celsius, but the rest of Newfoundland fairly cold. We take a look up in Labrador area. They're not quite in the really deep cold. We do have that low here, and that low is churning, bringing some warmer temperatures in for the coast a little bit. Portland at about 7 degrees right now. San Jose coming in at 11. Los Angeles is about 12 right now. And you got to remember the sun is down. It's getting late, so 11 there in Las Vegas. Death Valley coming in somewhere around 15 degrees Celsius. Thank you, Sue. And your wind chill right now, minus 34. Wow, that is cold. We're seeing 15 degrees in Mexicali, 16, 17 in Phoenix. That is not bad. Tucson coming in at 16, and that is what we've got there. And Albuquerque, New Mexico, plus 3 today, not so cold. A little bit warmer. We see a 7 in San Antonio, 7 in Austin, and Houston 8, Dallas 5. They're doing better, starting to warm up a little, which is really nice. New Orleans about 10 or 11 degrees. Moving over Tallahassee, looks like 9. Atlanta still at 2. They still have that downward flow. As long as that cold air is pushing down, that's not good for them. We see about 21 degrees Celsius there in Miami. Jacksonville, a little bit colder at 9. And going up to Charlotte, North Carolina, 1 degree Celsius. Grandma B's house, minus 1 degree Celsius. That's about 31 for that. Sue Hayes, another elk pelt. Yeah, something got to warm up there. Virginia Beach coming in at about 0. Philadelphia minus 9 or 10. New York minus 11. That is bitterly cold for them. Minus 21 degrees for Boston. Wow, those guys need to stay warm. And looking, we see it's, that cold is still a little bit in the Baja here, but most of it is starting to dissipate. And let's see what we got here. Mazatlan coming in at 22 degrees right now. Acapulco, the hot spot, 28. And of course, only about 7 in Mexico City. We see Cancun at about 22 degrees right now. Looking here in the northern portions of Colombia, we are seeing 28, 29, and some of those hot spots. It is nighttime, so things are a little bit cooler, but I mean, hey, they are doing wonderful weather-wise. Same thing with Venezuela for the most part, but higher elevation is going to be a little colder. Amazon holding that heat. Rio de Janeiro, where our wonderful Tony Flabby went, 25 degrees right now. And looking at Sao Paulo, about 22. Not bad temperatures there in Paraguay, Bolivia. Paraguay is here, and that's not so bad. We don't see the really hot stuff right there that we did before in Argentina. But we do see that temperature is all the way down to the bottom here. They've got some really reasonable temperatures for this late at night. Buenos Aires coming in at about 20 degrees. And Paysandú coming in at about 21 degrees Celsius right now. And a little cooler in the on the coast here, about 19, 20, 18, a couple spots, not so bad for Uruguay. So that is all good. And sliding over, we see, looks like they probably got some rain still happening on the western side, but looks like the eastern half of the South Island, extremely warm right now. Looks like about 28, 29 in Christchurch. Wellington looks like about 22, 23 degrees, but we can again see that warm stuff on the eastern side. Taupur probably coming in at about 23, 24 degrees. Auckland's about 24. Grenzet's house probably about 24, 25. And that is what we've got over there. Let's go over to Tasmania. They've got a low sitting here pulling up that cold air, so they're getting a little chillier, and that's only 15 there right now. But on the top end we see that warm spot 18, 19. That's not that bad. That same system pushing the cold air up is getting into Melbourne, and they're about 19 degrees Celsius right now. That's not bad, and it's better than having a 30 or 40. And we see here 18 in Adelaide, a lot warmer over here in Sydney at 26, and about 23 there in Brisbane. And then we go over to have a look at Perth. They are at 32 degrees. Here's the real heat on this side. 38 is what we're seeing over there. So that's kind of the warm spot of in the world right now, I think. Really quite warm. It's not quite as warm over on the other side here. So a little easier going in the outback for those good people. And yep, 28 degrees in Fiji. 29, 28 there in New Caledonia. And 29 degrees in Vanuatu. And we see 30, 31 in parts of Papua New Guinea, and they've got fairly good temperatures. Eastern portion up to about 33, eastern portion of Indonesia up to about 33 in some spots, and they've got some pleasantly nice warm weather in Java, as well as pretty much all the way through Sumatra and the other Indonesian and Malaysian islands are doing not bad. Bangkok coming in at 30 degrees Celsius. It says 28 on the map, 29 on the map. So right in that ballpark anyway. And about 31 in Manila in the Philippines. And we definitely see the split here again with the temperatures in Taiwan. And going up, looking at Japan real quick, we'll zoom in on the bottom end. Kagoshima, right across the street from Sakurajima, 11 degrees Celsius for those good folks. And going up, taking a look at Tokyo, 8 degrees according to the map. And then we are seeing some actually not bad temperatures now. It's actually warmed up a whole bunch for them, which is pretty good. And but we are still seeing cold temps up here in the northern islands. Of course, Sapporo still at -8. Going up into the Kamchatka Peninsula, we do see temperatures all the way down to about -27. But they're not that bad. Sometimes they get some really warm temps from these lows pulling up that warmer air from down south, but right now you can see that cutoff line. The warm air is below that, so it's not working so well. And it looks like a lot of these places are doing okay. Jakarta coming in at no, so was it Dhaka? Dhaka? I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, 19 there. Delhi, though, is, what is it, 12 degrees today. It was 8 yesterday, so it's a little bit better. Looks like Sri Lanka is pretty, pretty steady for temperatures. It's always about the same there. And looking at Mumbai, they're about 23 right now. Madagascar, not bad temps all the way through. And seeing about, what do we got, 17 here in Cape Town. 17 is not bad for this time of day. And we see pretty warm in some spots there in, what country would that be? This would be Ethiopia. I don't know what country that is. Mombasa, what? I don't know. Anyway, right in there. Doesn't give me the country. Maybe I should change the settings on here. Nah, never mind. We'll leave it. Anyway, it's not bad there. Cairo, only 9 degrees today, so they're still fighting that cold off. Same thing with UAE, anywhere from about 15 up to about 18 degrees, 19, and not that bad though. And quite cold down here in some spots, 14, 15 in Oman, and then of course a little cooler in Yemen, some of the higher elevations, 9 degrees. And looking at what we see in Saudi Arabia, top end only 4 or 5 degrees. Same thing with mid to a low single digits for Iraq. Iran has got some very cold temperatures, and looks like Turkey is freezing again on the eastern side at minus 20 in some spots. But yep, that area always seems to get really cold. Let's take a look and see what Piggy has for temperature. And probably about 8 or 9, not very warm there in Kos. 9 degrees, there we go. And looks like probably about the same in a lot of those places in Greece. And of course Yvonne Kunkel's favorite hangout, Randazzo, and looks like about 4 degrees there. So that is not bad. Thanks, Sue, for bringing that up, and that kind of confirms what the map is saying today. Map seems to be a little bit more dead on today. Madrid, we are seeing 3 degrees. Aurelio is coming in. He's Valladolid, whatever it's called there. He's coming in about 0 or 1 degree. A little warmer in Portugal along the coast is not bad, but still single digits, low single digits for the most part. It's actually warmer up in the northern portions, bottom end of France here, very, very cold. Natalis coming in at about 5 degrees, and then Paris about 7. Taking a look at Germany, Munich 4 degrees right now, going up to Frankfurt 5, Cologne 7. Yvonne Kunkel's house about 6 degrees right now, roughly. And looking at where'd Amsterdam go? There it is. 7 degrees in Amsterdam. Brussels coming in at 9. And we see some about 7 or 8 there in the land of OFU Lux, Luxembourg. 2 degrees in Berlin, 2 in Hamburg. Copenhagen coming in at about 0 degrees, and looks like most of Denmark between 0 and minus 1 roughly. Not that bad, it could be worse. Oslo coming in at minus 8, Stockholm, Sweden coming in at minus 6. St. Petersburg is minus 3. Moscow a little bit warmer. No, minus 3 as well. Let's go take a look at England and see what they're doing. 7 degrees in London, and looks like we've got about anywhere from 6 to about 8 there in Wales. Plymouth sitting at about 8. Leeds up here 8 degrees, and Glasgow 8 degrees, going up to Aberdeen 8 degrees, and the interior of course a little bit cooler in some spots. And Irish Monkland, he is in the Gulf Stream, basking in the warmer temperatures of about 7 degrees Celsius, 8 over in Dublin, so that's not that bad. And taking a look at Reykjavik. Reykjavik coming in, according to the map, about 2 degrees Celsius right now. And possibly, I don't know, are they getting rained on? Or snow again? Something like that. Yeah, that ain't coming up, is it? Somebody kick that bot. There we go. 3 degrees, it says. Okay, 2 or 3, that's pretty close. Looks like our Ragnar area about 1 or 2 and windy. And that is what we've got there, so all good. And let's switch this over to precipitation, and we'll keep going. And precipitation, will keep going. There, I got it. Anyway, we see some snow up in Alaska, not that much. The western coast from about Oregon, bottom of Oregon, all the way up to just about the Canadian border up top here. They are getting some more rain and snow. Queen Charlotte Islands, of course, the rainforest getting rained upon. And same thing with the Vancouver Island here in Seattle area. And looks like from about Eugene northward is where that is happening, from a snow and rain mix. And I don't know if you heard that, but that was they're walking their hound dog. It wasn't a seal, it was a hound dog. Looks like we're supposed to have ice rain in Edmonton. Nobody told me about that. It's not raining here, so what the heck? All right, we won't know. Anyway, northern Manitoba looks like they're getting a pile of snow. A little bit of snow down here with those very cold temperatures. It's actually too cold to snow for those guys. And going over here, and it looks like Sue has got winter in Nova Scotia, and definitely getting its stuff going. And Dr. Fox, it's 0 degrees here, so is that no temperature? Well, you got nothing to base that on there, Silversmith. Anyway, we do see that really nasty stuff has moved offshore, so that is a lot better. But looking at the rest of the United States, I'm pretty much dry, including most of Mexico till you get down to the Yucatan Peninsula. And it looks not bad for Central America. But you know, rain in the rainforest is going to happen. And I'm designed to exist from a -5 to plus 23, and anything else is not for me. Hey, that rhymes. Are you a poet? There, Mr. Irish Monk. Anyway, let's see. Do we have any rain here? No rain in Paysandú. And so how about that? And I do see some rain here in Bolivia and Argentina along the mountains, and of course southern portions of Brazil. And actually not so bad for most of Chile till you get down to the very bottom end. And let's take a look over on the other side, and remember what I was saying, the colder temperatures on the western side. Well, that's where that rain is. They're getting it of the South Island. We do still see some rain around the volcano lands here in Taupur, and of course a little bit off on this peninsula, so nothing too bad. And here's why we're so cold there in Tasmania. Lots of rain happening. And looks like a little bit of rain for Leo, but most of it is to the east of him, so that's all right. Sydney looks dry. Brisbane, our wonderful Oz friend, is probably getting rained upon right now. Paysandú is a special place. Yes, it would be for you. And we see some stormy stuff going all the way from Tonga and the Fiji and those places, Vanuatu. Everybody's getting rained upon. 'Tis the rainy season there in that part of the world, so to be expected. And we'll leave those guys be. And then we see Japan coming across because that cold air is still pushing across from the Sea of Japan from China and Russia. They are still seeing some weather on the western side, and up here in the north some snow. And let's see what we've got in Kamchatka Peninsula. Not bad, and just right up here a little bit of snow. It's not that bad for them. Looks like right around. I don't know if it's going to get all the way over top of Sri Lanka, but they have a storm sitting on them. And of course, some more storms on the northern end of Madagascar. Looks like South Africa not too wet, and the central regions here looks like it is the rainy season. And of course, more rain over here in our rainforesty jungle areas. Sahara looks dry. Looks like most of Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Oman and Yemen are pretty dry. Just a little bit in Iraq up in the north. And that would be right around here would be Israel and Lebanon getting nailed, as well as Syria getting some heavy-duty rains. Cyprus a little bit on the coastlines. Doesn't look like any rain for Piggy right now, so that is all right. But the wind currents are still pushing down from the north. She wants them coming back up from the south and getting a little warmer. And looking at Sicily, not bad. We do have some rain on the coastlines of our Italian guys here. But going up, we don't see too much in most of Italy. It looks like Sardinia is okay. And no rain in or snow there in Portugal or Spain or France, for that matter. We do see some stuff here in the Alps. So Switzerland getting some, bottom end of Germany getting some rain as well. And a few isolated spots here and there in most of Germany, a little bit in Belgium, not that bad. Holland looks fairly dry. It looks dry in Denmark as well. Looking at Norway, it's good till you get up to the very top end. Then they've got some snow. Same thing with most of Sweden, with the exception of just right around Stockholm. And Finland looks pretty good as well. No rain right now in most of the British Empire here. So England and of course Wales and Scotland. A couple of showers in Scotland, nothing big. Over here in Ireland, Irish monk is basking in those warm temperatures blowing in from the south, and no rain, so that is all good. And let's see, what do we got happening in Iceland? Oh boy, we got all kinds of weather there, and some snow, some rain, you pick, and we see it. So all good. And let's see, where else we got? We got snow in Greenland and making it white land. So that's what we've got. Let's switch this back to temperatures, and let's go hunt for cold temperatures on the planet. And I already found a minus 47 down here in Antarctica. I don't know if it's going to be any colder, but a minus 47. The British Empire, you have made me smile. Hey, I just figured, you know, we'll throw it at you the way it was back in the old days. Yeah. You probably remember that, eh? That was quite a while ago. I don't know. I'm trying to be punny. It's just I'm getting tired, so I got to figure out something. Anyway, so yeah, minus 47 is what we had there. I did see it, 46, 47. Where'd it go? It was right in here. We were on it. Where is it? Minus 47. There it is. I found it again. So minus 47 is what I see down on the bottom end. And we'll leave that as a minus 47. Did Kathy come back? Oh, she is there. Kathy, we had your birthday cake and everything, and you missed it. Truckload takes a tarp of... Oh, okay. Kathy, did you see your birthday cake? We made it just for you. I'm hoping you're okay with that. I mean, I can show you real quick if you like. Hope I get a response. Don't feel old or anything. Anyway, minus a 47 there. I'm going to show Kathy her cake. Kathy, that was for you. Okay, and happy belated birthday. Hopefully you've got it. Okay. I don't know if you've seen it or not, or I hope you don't mind me doing that. Okay, all good, and we'll carry on with this. Sharon Stewart, mahalo, yes, I'm here. I will find it, and my phone went dead. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, well, yeah, we had it running, and I can't remember exactly what time I had it on, but we threw it on there for you, and I just figured I'd show you real quick that we did do that, and because you weren't here yesterday, and I thought it was important that we at least do that. Hey, Joseph Fields, Texas is here. Welcome. And let's see what we've got for our cold temps. And Irish Monk, a British Empire, a Private Smile. Wow, Irish Monk. That is, you're just really awesome tonight, Irish Monk. And that is, what is it? It's 1867. And there we go. I remember that year. I was around then. Thank you very kindly. Really cool. Sue finds a minus 48 in Antarctica. Oh, she already beat me. Oh no. We got a whooper here somewhere then. Let's find a minus 40 of, where is it? 45 or 46. There's got to be like a minus 80 or something here in Greenland, so I can beat her. Oh, I see a minus 45 in Greenland. Minus 45 there on the screen in Greenland, and that is good. So we'll continue on, and we'll take a look and see what we can find in our Canadian cold North Arctic blasted air that has been flowing everywhere. And let's see what we've got for, let's see, a minus 53 right there. We got to find the colder. There's a minus 54. Do we have a minus 55? Let's see if we can zoom in and find a minus 55. There's a 54. Nope, 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 nope. Minus a 54 is the low spot there so far. Let's take a look at other places here real quick. And I know sometimes they sneak in over in these cold places. There's a minus 42, so we got minus 54 already is what we got to beat. Minus 45, and that is not quite good enough. And let's see, we have that in here. Nope, 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 warmer there. Minus 45 right there. Oh, I seen a minus 46. Minus 44, 47. Spreading out, looking, and do we see anything colder? Minus 45. 47. Well, we already had the minus 54, so let's see if we can find anything colder. And let's go over here. Maybe they've got cold stuff too, I know. Maybe right around here, minus 43, 45, 46. What if we zoom in and look for it? Minus 46 is what I see over on this area. Oh, there's a minus of 47 in here. What about a little further over? Oh, minus of 45, 47. Okay, I still think our minus of 54 is going to be at the top end for it. A 46, 47 right there. Let's search for a colder area. Minus a 49. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to find anything colder than that minus a 54. And doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. I think we are stuck with minus 54 degrees Celsius. So, yeah. Oh, there's a minus 46, 47, 48. Not seeing any minus 50s there at all. So, yep, I think a minus 54 is going to be our cold limit there for today, and that was up here. Unless there's something colder. Maybe if we wait another 20 minutes, we can get something colder. Minus 53. Yeah. Let's try that again. Is there a minus 54 or minus 55 in here? I doubt it. There's the minus 54. And no, looks like that is the cold spot right there, minus 54 degrees Celsius. So Canadian Arctic, a minus 54. And let's see what we gotta find in Siberia. Gotta find warm weather. I noticed Siberia is getting a lot warmer, so hard to say. What do we got over here? Minus 42. That's not that bad. Minus 54. And what do we got in Siberia? So far, minus 42, 43. Zooming in a little bit, looking for colder temps. Minus 38. Nope, that won't work. Minus 46. A little bit colder, but not cold enough. Minus 47, 48. We zoom in there a little bit. Do we find anything colder? Minus 48 so far. So, do we have anything else in here that's colder? What about along that river? No. This one? Nope. 47. 46. Alright, going up a little bit further. Oh, I seen a minus 48 there. Let's see if that area has something. Minus 48. 49. And that is right about there. Minus 49. So far. That is our cold temp for Siberia. Let's see if we can find something colder. Up in the north here, no, doesn't look so cold. Well, it's still cold. I mean, those temperatures are chilling. Here's another 48, 49 area. Let's minus 51. There we go. Minus 51. Do we have a minus 52? And we're looking, we have a minus 51. What about on that side? No, nothing. It's warmer over there. 47, 47, 48. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to live with that minus 51 degrees. Hang on. What about over here along this river? Minus 49. Not seeing anything there. Yep, I think there's another minus 50. If we zoom in here. Yeah, I think minus 51 was about the best we can do for Siberia. 48. 45, 48 there again, 49. No, I think we're gonna have to wrap her up at a minus 51 degrees Celsius, you guys. So, yeah, let's minus 50 right there. Hang on, minus 51. Do we have a 52? Oh, yeah, minus 52. There we go. Do we have a minus 53? 52. And minus 52. And do we have anything colder? Minus 52 degrees. And looking. 40s? No. So minus 52 degrees so far. Minus 52 for Siberia. And yep, there it is, right there on the screen. So yeah, that is what I think we're gonna have to live with, a minus 52 degrees Celsius. And yeah, that's all I can do, a minus 52 in Siberia. And I will leave it with that. So let's see what, yep, update 47, 45, 54, and minus 52. Sue Hayes wins by a degree in Siberia. What did Sue get in Siberia? I'm just curious, because I've got a minus 52. That means she's got minus 53? I wonder where she found that. Yeah, good game. I got whooped again. She found minus 53. All right. You know, the reason she found minus 53 is probably because she went blasting through there and warmed everything up with her rockets. And she had Wonky Donkey over there doing his thing, so it warmed the temperatures up. And even Siberia can't handle those. Oh, what? And it's rigged, Doc. Further northeast. Oh, hang on. There's a 51. We had there. Further northeast. You mean over here somewhere? Am I missing an area? No, that would be up here in this area. Unless there's something hiding that I didn't see. But I'm okay with it. I'm not a sore loser when it gets to this game. It's all good. I like to be warm. Minus a 48. Yeah. I'm okay with it. I'm not gonna worry about it. No, west of that river. Okay. Over here on this side, that's fine. I'm sure that there is some cold stuff there, and you know, like all of it. Yeah, this one here. There's the minus 51. I think that's where I found the minus 52 right there. And oh, I found a minus 53. There you go. That's right in here. One little spot, minus 53. And that is pretty chilly. Anyway, we'll leave it as that. 3 more likes to hit that 100 mark. If anyone hasn't hit the like button yet, please help us out. I see we need 4 on my screen. Oh, now 3 on my screen. And that is okay. If you haven't hit it, that would be awesome. Yay, you found it, Doc. Thanks. And that's okay. Thor says 2. Yeah, what was Thor's temperature? Thor's temperature is 0 there in Copenhagen. Aarhus is 1. And variable between 0 and about -2. So 1 or 2 degrees. I don't know. It depends on where you are, right? Anyway, it's all good, you guys. No, never drive in Siberia because your windshield wipers die. Of course they do. They don't work in cold. That's what they invented the manual scraping for. And it's all good. Anyway, Sue's gonna do the airdrops. That's excellent, and feed those hungry animals, and we will be all good. Where the heck are you at there? Holsterbro? Oh, Holsterbro. A -1. You should have stuck with my +1 there from Copenhagen. It's warmer. Thor, thanks. That is awesome. Let's put some lovely lava back on the screen and warm us all back up for today. And it has been a very nice stream, and I do appreciate each and every one. Ooh, look, blue. I like blue. And I want to say a big thank you to everyone in here, of course, the whole Lava family. And we thank our moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, a C&D Boy, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, Joseph Fields, Texas, as well as Lucas Snow. Thank you, everyone, for the moderators. You guys are awesome. And big thank you to our gift givers. We have Kevin Haynes gifted 1, Irish Monk gifted 2, Grandma B gifted 1, and then a big thank you to Irish Monk for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 super chats. Irish Monk, thank you very kindly for your wonderful support. And I'm glad I made you laugh at the British Empire. I thought that was kind of neat. Take care, everyone. Have yourselves a wonderful night. On the way out, if you haven't hit that button yet, please do give that like button a quick bop, and that would be awesome. Also, if you haven't hit that subscribe button yet, but you've enjoyed it sitting back in the Lurkers Lounge watching, please give it a quick bop. It would be really nice of you. And on that friendly note, it's a time for me to wrap up the stream. I am tired. I actually woke up at about 4 o'clock this morning. I have no idea why. But I did go back to bed for about an hour or so after that. And tried to sleep a little bit more, but I don't know. I slept, but it didn't feel like I slept. Anyway, we'll leave it at that. So be good, be kind, and please, and we'll remember everybody tomorrow, Saturday, stream starts early. Grandma B, early start tomorrow. Okay, and just so you know. And Anna says good night. Thank you, Anna. Appreciate that. Where are you from, Anna? And it's Anna Gamashi, if I said that right. I'm just curious where you're from. Anyway, no worries. You don't have to say if you don't want to, though. But appreciate you being here, and thank you, everyone. Glad to have you on. Oh, you're in New York. New York. I've been to New York. Just once, and not for very long. I did go to New Hampshire, and we ended up driving into the edges of New York there a little bit, and, to see some of the sights. So that was a few years back, though. But all good. Anyway, thank you for stopping in. Appreciate it. Remember, everyone, tomorrow, Saturday, a stream starts 3 hours earlier. So at 2 p.m. Mountain Time, 4 p.m. Eastern. And on that, a friendly note, please, everyone, take care of yourselves. And most of all, please, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Good night, everyone, and take care. Oink, oink.